I didn't really plan this out. Um, just decided to do something that for me is comforting and that I want to do. Oh my god, though. Getting everything logged in like it's supposed to be is going to be a pain. I'm trying I forgot that I have to do all the privacy things when I do this. Um um and that I probably need to, hide people's personal identification information stuffs. So it just keeps playing the same stuff in the background because it's just showing the same stuff. I'm just logging into a different place. Hey there. How are you both? Oh, I'm gonna end up mentioning a few times. I'm, I'm, I'm overwhelmed with trying to figure out exactly what I can and can't do. Ortho is not my strong suit or specialty. I don't really have a specialty. I'm all around somebody that knows what's going on. Uh, yeah, this is the multiplayer I'm playing. I'm doing one of the harder fights in the game. It's not hard. It's just easy to screw up severely into a point where it feels irredeemable. Um, and it's a fight that needs to happen over and over and over and over and over. And it's my, I wouldn't call it a guilty pleasure. It's a good game. It's a good story. My son's even playing this game. My son's playing it single player. Um, so oh, I put it back to 4K, by the way, of being able to look at things, and by God, am I remembering that things look so much better, like so much smoother in 4K when I'm not recording something for 1080p. All the things just look a different way. Oh, I was about to say, I bet they smell a different way. They look a different way. I gotta make it so that, what? People's names? I shouldn't be showing people's names, right? Or I should be doing my best to cover up people's names, right? That's the whole thing. So I gotta do the whole... One, I can't see chat. My own... I can't see if someone put something in the chat log. Nah, that's good enough. Is it good enough? No. That's good enough. No, don't change things. Don't stop changing. I'm angry and in shock because there's a good chance that the injury happened while he was under medical care, and there's very little I can do to. I'm yeah. Good title. Yeah, hide their title for right now. Hide your titles. Hide your display the name. Initials for party members, right? Yeah, that's good enough. Initials are good enough. Are my parents home? No, my dad's in the hospital. My dad was admitted to orthopedics. There's severe breaks. The problem is that he might have to have surgery, but he might not live through the surgery. That's why I'm a mess right now. I can't go over there and do anything. No, I put in the description, he broke the lower part of his neck, the upper part of the back. T1, T2, C, oh god. The last C, your last C is your C7, right? Yeah. No, he's in very, very, very bad condition. And since he most likely has pulmonary fibrosis, we don't know necessarily what to do. He's very, very bad, and he might not get home at this point. I don't know what will happen. He could come home, but the breaks are, the more I'm getting information for it, the worse it's getting. And so it's bad. It's bad, and I'm doing this because, one, if I have to leave and not be around for a bit, that's just what has to happen. But my brain is broken. I have been trying to learn as much as I can on the side of orthopedic everything as fast as possible to help him out, because I'm medical proxy that makes all the choices, and my God, this is not my specialty, especially with what's happening to him and how everything's presenting. I feel like I'm way over my head. And so I'm gonna do something else. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this and just sit here. And even if I feel like this ridiculous asshole sitting here saying that like support's really appreciated, there's nothing else I can do about it, because if I gotta go, I'll just sell everything that I can that I own and just go from there, because I don't know what to do. I thought my dad was already in bad shape with pulmonary fibrosis, and now to know that when you break that part of your neck, and there are places where there's where the bone density bones are getting brittle and the bone density is lower in C6, C5. One slip up and that's paralyzed from the neck down. And his lungs cannot handle, so far from their testing, anesthesia. So at best that's a permanent neck brace, but literally slamming on the brakes too fast while he's being driven in a car, sitting up too fast from bed, twisting his head to the wrong way too fast could paralyze him from the neck down. It's not a small thing. And I'm a freaking mess. What party? What party should I join? It doesn't matter. This one's more filled. This one feels filled. Okay. Hey, it wasn't supposed to show people's names. Hold on. That was the whole point of me just doing all that. I thought that was supposed to not show people's names. For the idea of don't show people's names. Well, I mean, people can figure out that who I'm ever partied with. But it's display name settings. I forgot how to. It's initials when we're in the fight. The title's hidden right now. I don't know how to fix the UI. HUD. I'm trying to be a good person. Thank you. I'm just. Hopefully, I will get engrossed in the. Oh, there it is. Oh God, though. Doing strictly initials is like the worst for me. Hopefully doing something that's really, really like monotonous. Thank you, Chad. Thank you.
All right, hold on. I got an idea. Hear me out. I got an idea. Hear me out. What if? Hear me out. What? Oh my God! Ah!
I really appreciate that, Chad. What's going on?
Can't stick around, but wanted to do what I could. Hope things improve soon.
I really hope things improve soon too. I gotta trash a few screen elements. You didn't, all of your message didn't pop up because there's things in the way. And I'm trying to be, not looking like some ungrateful bastard. There's so much mac and cheese on this screen. We put so much macaroni and cheese on this particular screen. The image that blocks the chat, I need that further down. Because it needs to be underneath alerts. Did it get into the alerts? Okay, no, it needs to be underneath. No, I need it underneath there.
I got 1, I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets?
Thank you, Kelsey.
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. You know what? This image can just be down here for right now. It's driving me crazy. I don't know what else to do with it. It's now Papas will go over the doc. That blocks the chat. Is there something wrong with parties filling for right now? I also wanted to celebrate hitting 4 years. Time has flown by. It has flown by 4 years. That's crazy.
I got 1, I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets.
That.
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Can
That's
I get
a little
a 5
loud.
in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say.
My brain can't
ever.
take loud stimuli.
Can I mention ever again?
Right now.
I wish I had more to give, but hope this helps a bit.
Everything helps because I don't know what's happening. I do know one way or the other. Fixing him is freaking expensive. I don't know what happens on my side because my dad out of the picture means my mom's alone and she's got multiple sclerosis. She can't drive. She can't get food on her own. She can't do. My dad is the one that takes care of my mom. With my dad out of the picture, my mom's at home alone with 3 dogs in a trashed house. Like that's worst comes to worst. If my dad dies, my mom has no help if I don't go. We can't do anything for Thanksgiving. My Thanksgiving plans just got taken up. The most I was gonna do is every Thanksgiving I try to stream. I try to stream so that people who feel like they don't have a family to go to have something to do. And I do that because of the days when I worked with my dad at Waffle House. When I first started working at Waffle, because I'm sitting here reminiscing about my dad and I can't get it off my head. When I was younger, I really wanted to know like how my dad got to where he was, like because he adopted me. I'm not adopted in the sense that like I don't know birth parents. No, my biological dad's a dick and left, and my dad, who's in the hospital right now, just adopted me, and you know sat my brother and I down and said, you know, I love you like my own. Your mom has multiple sclerosis. You know, you could be sent back to your biological dad. Would you like me to adopt you and you'll be my kid? So if anything happens, and we both said yes, and we had our names changed and everything. And there's something inside of me that felt like I'd never felt before, because even though my mom has always been there, the idea that I grew up on streets that were horrible, and that all of a sudden that there is this person who is just like, I don't care. Like he didn't care about all those things. He just cared that we were loved and taken care of, was a big deal, because I'd never experienced that before. Like, I mean, I guess I had from my mom, but it's different because my mom, you know, it's not to downplay what my mom's ever done, because I can't downplay that. She sacrificed everything, but it was a very weird sensation knowing that like people wanted to come and kick our asses and beat us up and do all these things to us, and then this guy just randomly says, hey, I'm not blood related to you or anything, I just like love you two, and I would like you to be my actual kids. And so as I grew up with that, it was this thing of like, oh, like you pick your family, you choose your family. And when I was 15, I told off my biological father. I told him that my biological father, he tried to come down and play nice and everything, and I wasn't having it. Nathan was able to handle it better than I was. I only showed up because my baby brother and sister, my half baby brother and sister were there, and I hadn't seen them in forever. It had been years and years. It had been almost 6 years, I believe. 6 or plus years since I'd seen them. And so I hadn't hugged my half brother. I have pictures of me being a small everything and holding him. I think there had been one small impasse between that. He tried to talk to me like everything was normal, and I absolutely shut him down. He tried to pull me aside. Nate tried to pull me aside, my biological father, and ask me what was going on and like to talk to him and tell me his mind. And I said, on my mind, you're acting like everything's fine, like you're my dad. And I said, you're not my dad. My dad is at home sleeping because he works third shift at Waffle House. You'll never be my dad again. You left, you abandoned. The best you can ever be in my life again is a good friend if you choose it. But you're gonna have to work for it because you're the one that left. And so I told him off at age 15, my biological father. And so from then on out, it was like, since I said it out loud, it was almost like it really sank in that my dad, who I would call my dad from that day forward, was the one that was at home, the one that you look at us and like, he's as pale as it comes. People got confused all the time when I said I was adopted because they saw two very light-skinned, two white parents, and I'm a dark-skinned kid. You take family photos, my brother and I are the only dark-skinned kids at all, and it's a sea of Caucasian. And people kept thinking that we were just completely adopted. No, they're all biologically related to me, except for in all those family photos, usually my dad. And so I used to visit Waffle House. And he worked night shift. He used to take on extra hours. He used 60 plus hours a week. I learned my work ethic of working my way too much from him. And I used to just try to ask him like what drives him and what makes him who he is. And I started working with my dad in the first place at Waffle House third shift because as soon as I could drive, I would just show up. I wanted more time to talk to him, and I just show up and try to catch him at a break at like 3 a.m. And I'd see that he'd get overwhelmed, that he had crappy workers, and so I'd start going behind the counter and like washing dishes, things that wouldn't. I'd go in the parking lot and picking up trash to make it look nicer. And one time I thought I got in trouble with him, and I really thought I got in trouble. Like I got afraid a little bit because he like pulled me aside, and he never was like that. He never was a person to do anything like that. And I thought I was in trouble, and instead he pulled me into like the back office, and I was like, I really screwed up. I guess I did something while I was here. And he's like, I can't have you just behind here washing dishes and helping me when you're not an employee. And I'm like, I'm sorry. He's like, no, don't be sorry. I forgot your social security number. Just give it to me so I can put you in the system. I was like, what? That's how I started working with my dad at Waffle House. He was just like, I'll teach you whatever. Here's a menu. I'll just mark it up for you, whatever. This is how you memorize things. You cook well, so you'll get the hang of it faster than probably anyone else. And I just need you. So I messed up one digit in it, my social security number. He's like, all right, now go back out there. If you really want to help me, you can just keep washing some dishes, and I'll show you in the break, like when I'm cooking my own meal, what to do, and And I was like, oh, okay. So I just started showing up, trying to learn more about his life and who this man who could just love, because later on, it wasn't long before I figured out his family was half of them were a bunch of racist, bigoted people. And my dad put an ultimatum saying that, like, these kids come first. These are now my children. If you do not like that, I mean, he's telling his, like, his sister and brother who were on the fence, his oldest sister, who he helped, like, raise his younger siblings with because his dad died at an early age and everything. And he told them, like, you can just never talk to me again if you're going to act like that, but they're human beings that need a dad, and I'm their dad. And so he told off his whole family, all of his friends, anyone who would say anything bad about us. The party is about to fill. I'll have something to do instead of just sitting here. But yeah, I just learned more and more from him, and I learned how to like manage, and my management skills, and learning how to be. It was soon after that I was offered a position that was like, you know, doing all these different things, and I eventually climbed up, and I was a manager of a store out of like nowhere. Like he has his associates in business, and I'm sitting there just learning as fast as I can, absorbing everything, because I was thinking I get to help my dad. And then when I went to college, some things in my life happened that I don't want to talk about, but I had my own business on the side, and I found out that he had sacrificed so much to make it so that my mom's multiple sclerosis was treated, and everything that he was trying to hide, that when I was going to go off to college, they were going to file for bankruptcy, and the bank could possibly take his house. And I'd saved up well over $10,000 doing tutoring after school, my own lawn care business, and working third shift at Waffle House. And I gave it all away. I gave every penny I had to him. Because I said, you're not losing your house because you cared about me. And so like when I talk about my dad, like it's really my dad. He opened my eyes to the idea that like you choose your family, you choose who cares, you choose like people who really abuse and misuse you. They're not family. They don't have to be. You don't have to let them be that. And I've been fighting for the past year to get him proper medical help, because he has pulmonary fibrosis, and I fucking know he's got it. And they do too. And he needed to be off anticoagulants, but in April his back started hurting, and it was kind of out of nowhere. And there was a lot of things going on, and there was one incident where he was not supervised when he was feeling weak. From then on, he's had back pain. No one will take responsibility. I've had to go legally after some of the people who screwed him over while he was in the hospital. And finally, it's just a random call that I learned that this time he was in the hospital, and there was and I told my mom, you know, hey, it can be another something similar to this, that, and the other. I was trying to explain everything that was going bad, because my mom was freaking out, but I was kind of freaking out. I was trying to tell her everything going on. And finally, I told her, but like they need to do another back x-ray, even though they've done a few. Come to find out, he's got long-standing back damage, and that this is the last thing that finally did all this. It should have been treated a long time ago. They had evidence a long time ago that there's damage, but now it's affecting it. It broke 2 more vertebrae above, and now things aren't looking so good, because and I've spent the majority of the time I could today pretending like I can absorb a whole book on like basically intro to orthopedics, and it's been kind of hard. I think I paused things, and I think the volume's unbalanced, because guys are probably getting blasted with the sound of this extreme. Give me a second. Let me volume balance here in a second. But thank you to Kuhn, what's going on? This fight I could screw up. I'm glad I'm doing something. Audio's pretty good. Continuation of the line. Fight's tricky only in the sense that oh, we have a tank gone. Tank disconnected. We won't win. Or I get to learn. I mean, this is gonna be a fail because of the disconnect. Oh my god, they came back. It's not a guaranteed fail anymore. Hold on. It's not a guaranteed fail. Telling those patterns on the fly is... Oh, I hit that early. That was a big boost. My brain is just in other places. I'm trying. Please don't put the black hole on me. I get to randomly show everyone how the hell we're gonna recover from the idea that someone disconnected during the fight and we didn't have a tank. And we're just gonna recover from that shit? Okay. Ooh. Watch all of our health go to 0 or 1. Oh, ads are really gonna run? Now's the time you want to do that, YouTube? Really? I literally asked for this to be an adless stream because I didn't want people to get turned away from ads. I know it seems counterintuitive to everything I'm trying to do, but people just leave immediately if they get an ad. No, YouTube said no to my request. Alright. Don't give me the meteor either. Or the following. get healed enough. Colors are all shiny and vibrant on this monitor. Continuation of a line? Yes, there is. God, I didn't see the other one for a second. I want weapons. This looks chaotic. It's actually more tame than a lot of things in this game. It's controlled chaos. It's because you can lift them down a little faster. This is the part that people are gonna die to, including me. I might die to it. Please don't be a jerk. The game was a jerk. Everyone who played old school Final Fantasy, though, will probably recognize this song. This is about as old school as it gets. Final Fantasy II in the US, Final Fantasy IV, when all the Final Fantasies were finally released. They can keep it together. This isn't over. I can burst one more time. Got it. Jesus. Oh, please let me get this. I rolled a 6 on it. Can I have the coffer? Can I have... I already have a pair of those. The money items right there. That one. The coffer. No. The answer is... Oh, no, I'll get those, though. That's fine. My sage now can have wings. Thank you, Kuhn. I appreciate that. Thank you. The game is...
I got 1, I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
That was a recovery of a thing. I appreciate that, D.
I'm gonna let you in on a little-known secret of comedy. Bad things aren't funny when they happen to Daddy.
What about Mommy?
Oh, Mommy's fair game. Go for the throat.
Hope this helps, Darkness. Hope your dad gets through this. I wish you strength and good luck.
I appreciate that. Yeah, that's... Right now, the biggest problem I'm having is the idea of I know I'm losing my dad sooner than later. Pulmonary fibrosis is a terminal thing. I'm not ready. I don't feel like an adult. I don't know if anyone can relate to that one. I severely do not feel like enough of an adult to be able to do this without him yet. That's what keeps popping up into my head. I don't think I'm ever gonna feel that way, but I just really desperately, because my ex's dad, my ex-wife's dad, is going to die probably by the end of this year. His cancer got very, very severe. And so he won't probably make it to Christmas. If he does, that'll be a miracle. But I really desperately don't want Rowan to have to lose. And he's about the only person I respect on that side of the family for him being able to change. So my son having to lose one grandpa, then out of nowhere losing my dad, and I feel like my whole life is just now surrounded by death. It's not fun. My mom has nowhere to go and nothing to do if my dad goes, and I really don't want to think that way, but I don't know what to do. I used to. My old house had a place for my mom to live if something happened to my dad, or vice versa. I no longer have that, so I don't know what to do. I'm kind of freaking out a little bit, because I think they think I'm a little bit more of an adult than I am, and I don't even know how to help them completely. Hey, Vamp. But I am studying. I'm trying to. I'm getting as many references as I can to everything. I'm trying to learn how to read the X-rays and CTs when it comes to bone density and the breaks and all that jazz. I'm trying to get a better scope on how damage like this occurs. And, my brain feels like it's fried for information. I've been going at it for a good part today, trying to learn. Ortho was never gonna be like a biggie, especially of mine. More than I know I'm rambling. I need to just play. That's exactly why I'm playing a game, so I can stop thinking for a minute. Yeah, I'm just overwhelmed, and I feel like I'm a little trapped and don't know what to do. I'll keep it together if that's what my dad needs and everything, but I really wish my brother was here to help with this. He was always better with this kind of stuff. We're all gonna explode, aren't we? Yeah, we are. That left one need to sap. Trying to understand what this is on the screen? Okay. So this is Zeramus. This is the final boss of Final Fantasy 2/4. 2 if you bought it in the US on the Super Nintendo. Final Fantasy 4 if you got it on any re-release, subsequent release, because they actually released the rest of the Final Fantasies. This is the final boss of that game, and it's in this game now as part of the storyline, which this game does a really good job of incorporating other games into it. There are a lot of mechanics that I don't know how to explain as they're going on. So the first thing that happens, the tanks take 2 auto attacks, and then immediately we get hit with Abyssal knocks that they're casting right now, and everyone's hit points go to 1. If the healers can't top us off, we got 10 seconds or we're all dead. So it's an immediate heal check. Usually heal checks are put in games or in Final Fantasy like this, because if you can't meet that heal check, you cannot heal your party through the rest of it. If you can't top them off for that one thing, there's no way. This is a line stack AoE that happens in parts. And the 2 front people take more damage, so the tanks have to be in front. I'm DPS, so I'm in the back. I'm using mitigation so that we take less damage. I'm being a good DPS. Tank busters go out. The 2 tanks have to go and get away from us. I think he might be disconnecting again because he almost stood on top of us with that. And then the next one is Visceral Whirl, and parts of the screen just get cleaved. And then you need to look to see if there's a line being made north, south, east, or west. And if there is, then like north wall, because there's 2 of them in a row going to the north wall here. It would be east wall. It's got to be opposite, usually, of whatever it was. And then melee get a tower up here. Ranged and healers go down south. And then we gotta start in another safe spot after getting blasted with this, which could be like 3 different patterns. So the safe spots are here, because they'll extend the lines. So, looking for a lot of lines and patterns. This is one of those things that it takes a lot of practice. However, I got, for some reason, intimidated of this one, and I was already getting pissed with how much was happening. Uh-oh. Don't let me get hit by that. I shouldn't have been talking and explaining this fight at the same time. I was really trying to do well of like explaining exactly what I'm doing at the same time, and that got me killed. Really can't do that. I will once again try to explain what's going on in this later as I go on. I'm desperately trying to explain how the fight works for anyone that's like, this looks confusing, and it's hard to actually get it right, because maybe it doesn't look it, but I only learned how to do this fight 2 days ago. And it took me a grand total of 2 hours. When it comes to fights like this, usually it takes me like a whole day or a week to figure out. When people kept saying this one looks frantic but is actually easy, I should have believed them. Yeah, it's been a day and a half. I got very frustrated and overwhelmed, and I couldn't sleep, and I decided to try it. 2 parties later, and it was under 2 hours, and I beat it. It's a lot of just recognizing patterns that are happening. I ran into that ugly green blob. It was the same mechanic happening, but if you run into it, it's a poison on you that most likely you can't get healed up from. So this is a heal check. It'll either be like you have to go to north, wherever lights up is gonna explode. North and then northwest will be safe, or northwest is safe first and then north. I don't look at all the rest of the spaces. And then this is a line stack coming up. there's not many mechanics in it. It just looks intimidating. So I stayed away from it. Hooray for insomnia and depression combined. 7 is a fan favorite. I'm hoping the remakes do it justice. I haven't even touched remakes yet. 7's a fan favorite, but it got the benefit of being the first like 3D. For those that pay really close attention to the franchise, even the one predecessor to it, 6, first released as 3 in the US, beats the shit out of 7's storyline. Just absolutely decimates it. See, there's two that look like they're going east-west, so we gotta go to the east wall here. That's just my humble hot take, I guess. My opinion isn't the one that dictates the world, but the storyline of that one is magnificent. Ooh, gonna go to the far one. Thank you, Smooth. Okay, I have to do the same. He cleaves the arena, but I have to miss the green blob while getting to the safe spot. That's the only difference in this one. And this time, I'm paying attention. So you saw me get poisoned. Don't get poisoned there. It'll be on the east side. And if there's a line, there's a line. Didn't that go to this marker? It's just that easy. You can go on the marker, but I try to go more than the marker. And then this mechanic, we randomly need to all find safe spots while everything gets destroyed. And this is called Big Bang. I'm assuming people can figure out that first. Now we have to place meteors in places. Like, we have to stretch out, either all DPS or all support will get meteors on them. And you have to stretch your tether out as far as you can to where instead of being like a... You see the kind of line I've got, right? It needs to be blue, and it needs the line in the middle. It needs to be that little ant crawling, not the other one that it was showing, which is like this kind of weird... The one that's on the left right now. That purple. Unless it's stretched out, you'll die. But you need to take the sack. I don't know who didn't... Whatever, yeah. Who is dying to that? And then the people behind you get another, and they gotta place their meteors and stretch their tethers out far enough. And then you have to stack in the middle for chains. You all get chained together. Melee and tanks will be chained to range and healers every single time. And range and healers just go south. Melee and tanks go north. Don't let the craziness on the screen confuse you too much. If you try to pay attention to every little thing that's happening, fights like this get hard. Every now and then I have to go back and like record myself playing a fight like this so I can actually enjoy it. Because enjoy watching it rather, not enjoy doing the fight. I like things that take skill and repetition and show that you actually practice something. I get enjoyment out of being things like that. For some reason I haven't done the hardest of the hard in this game, which is Ultimate. Because those fights can take up to 6 months to learn if you meet with a group about 3 times a week for an hour to 2 a week. Like, it's stupid how much time you spend in an Ultimate just to get something shiny. See, I'm looking. If there's no pattern, I just go to the corner. It's north. Let's see. Oh, he's blocking it. Sure. And then we'll have little towers to still pop up. If someone cannot screw up the meteor part of it, we can, you know, keep going past that. As long as I don't get the black hole mechanic. Yeah, there's 3 patterns for this, of where the safe spots are. Maybe I hit my... Ooh, clean shot to it. No having to duck and weave. I caught that last second. There is one wing to the north. Alright, everyone needs to get away from each other now. That was out of order, but that's fine. Hey, look. They look even bigger, creepier. All the potential meteors, you just have to be here when they hit. Now all melee... Nope, support got it first. They have to stretch out as long as they can. And I gotta figure out, uh-oh. What the hell is happening? No, no, no. Why? Mine. But I was looking to the right. The same person keeps blowing theirs up. That's not gonna be good. Yeah, so we this is not gonna work out for us. We need to not be a thing. That party needs to not. Yeah. Here's another party. I'll immediately join something else. What the heck is happening? Crazy Cooney, thank you for stopping on by.
I got 1, I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
8 actually holds a fond place in my heart. My brother's favorite was 9. My brother liked it when they decided to try to go back to like basics type deal. My favorite by far is Tactics. Final Fantasy Tactics, which I did start playing on this channel. But this game even incorporates Final Fantasy Tactics into it. The story, the end of the story that you never get in Tactics, where you get this like thing of like, it's such a heartbreaking, sad ending in Tactics, and it doesn't play like any other Final Fantasy. It's a tactical based game. A lot of games have tried to copy its formula. It feels like Fire Emblem, but better, because it's not one of, it's not, I don't like Fire Emblem as much nearly. But my next after that, if I had to make like a tier list of like games from Final Fantasy, like the most, this is high up there. I don't count this because this is like an amalgamation of a few. It's not fair to put this one against the rest because this incorporates all the best. Like Final Fantasy VI's biggest villain /3, if you have the SNES cartridge, Kefka, he's in this game. The original Final Fantasy villain, Chaos, from Final Fantasy 1, he's in this game. I freaking adored 6's storyline, especially because it just subverts so many expectations. Maybe this party can hold their own a bit better. Oh, Tactics is... I have my my PS Vita, and I bought a PlayStation TV to be able to play some older games on the channel, or was it gifted? I don't know if I could afford it that gift. And one of the reasons I ever got it was Tactics. Playing it on TV is amazing. But this is the newest Extreme Play. I did, okay, follow them. I don't think there's a pattern. Yeah, there wasn't a pattern. When in doubt, you die with the group, I guess. We'll go down with the ship. Pretty good at pattern recognition, but I'm also not used to as much playing this game with talking to you guys at the same time. Now I gotta avoid the green. Figure out where to go. Straight shot. Run east just in case. Nope. North. West, rather. I was looking. I turn the camera around when I do that. Now can we do this part correctly? Party, please. It's either all DPS or all tank healers that have to stretch theirs through. Which direction do we have to stretch from? This one? Oh, this should be easy enough. Yeah, this is an easy stretch. No, don't go too far, dude. Scared me. Oh, there's Excel bombs that get put on you in this part. I say screw it to the Excel bombs and put on my bloody hand and just freaking. I hope for the best. Here. If I get lucky and I get in between. Wow, it's really hard for me to talk during this. I did something wrong. If I need to do that, I did something wrong. Someone has to place a black hole. Don't get sucked up by the black hole. That black hole right there, don't run into that. That's death. You have to place it in a way that you can follow this and not get sucked up by a black hole at the same time. And the music, out of all extreme fights I've done so far, this music gives probably me the most anxiety of all of them. This music is engineered to give anxiety. And we all go back to 1 HP. I don't know why they just topped us off again. But I swear to Christ, this music, I mean, so, I don't know who would have been the original composer. I don't know if they took it from Final Fantasy 4. 2 if you're in America. Oh, I've beaten this a few times. I should be good. More ads are being put in. Thanks, YouTube, for listening to my request to not put ads in this video because I'm trying to calm down and also might need help. Don't want people getting all pissed over ads because I'm in dire straits. Alright. Yep. I took a Vuln stack in there, but I also got a little under here. Why are they differently named? Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3 in the US. They skipped over 3 Final Fantasies when they released them. They didn't think They didn't think what we have come to know, like, in... There are some games that they just didn't think the audience outside of Japan would enjoy. So we got the original Final Fantasy. They even thought the artwork wouldn't be accepted outside of Japan. So the artwork is actually different. Where in the Japanese version of all the games, there's usually like a prolific character or something like that in the artwork. And it looks really badass. We didn't get any of that either. But after Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3 on the regular Nintendo were not released in the US or in Europe. They were Japanese exclusive. And so growing up, if you played Final Fantasy, you just couldn't play them. They changed that and fixed it, but they had to change logos and everything like that. A lot of things had to go and be in the works to make that little magic happen. I don't know why they thought the games wouldn't do so well. But yeah, that's what happened. So yeah, they're named different because of that. You got the original names versus the names now. They had to rename them to the original numbers once it was... You know what? I'll just take that. Alarm? Not now. Hey, member of Shitlist. Hey, Sarcasm. Yeah, I won't get that. I won't get that either, probably. But this is called farming because there's a mount that can drop from this. It's really, really, really rare. And now all 7 collected gets you another one. And I'm not usually one to collect things like that, except when 7.0 ever comes out for this game, and I try to get a crowd of people who are looking forward to, just like there's a crowd of people who look forward to me playing like Resident Evil type games. When I try to bait in a crowd of people that like Final Fantasy type games, I plan on trying to do a quick cursory overview of all the expansions up to Dawn Trail because it's a full story in and of itself. And 7.0 will give a graphical update, so I can do it in like 2K maybe, not 4K. That would be too much for me. And when I try to do all those things and just try to pull in new people come May of next year, then there's a whole different like everything that's going along with that. And when it comes to things like that, you need to, for those crowds, usually look. Yes, this is online. You need to look like you know what you're doing, and one of the ways that you can do that pretty easily for people who might be new to your channel and not know that you actually are good at the game and you can play it is by having things that just seem pretty shallow. Like, it's not a big deal to have a cool mount, except for they kind of play epic music while you're writing them and doing everything, blah blah blah. But if they see like the armor you're wearing is exclusive and the mounts you have are exclusive and all that other stuff, then people are more likely to stick around on your channel. And this is one of the few games that I still really like. There's enough new content. There's enough new challenges. I super duper actually really enjoy this game. Probably more than anything else I've really played on the channel. I'm sure I'm forgetting something that I've played on the channel. But if you made me list like top 3 games, this is by far going to be in top 3. It's probably in top 3 games of all time for me. Oh, I didn't see what happened. Why? I'm sorry if I just something happened. I was looking at the game. Bright shiny colors. I took the skill speed out of my... Yeah, I think I can just hit that now. I took the skill speed off of my Reaper for a little extra damage. I depend on no one's damage but my own. That's why I hate dying in these fights. I know my Reaper go burr. I see no pattern. Hide here. Oh, bad pattern. I think I'm gonna give it a pass on this. Oh, come on. How am I supposed to get him in that like that? North. Just remember, the best DPS in this game, you should use a controller. Yay, maybe we can do everything correct. Can I drop my meteor first so I can just Reaper go burr real quick? Yay, thanks, game. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you... why were they trying to go there? Okay. This game is successfully taking my mind off of everything because I have to actually use my mental faculties. You'd be surprised. I said I sometimes have to record myself playing this game, and there's a reason for that. Because I'm usually staring. You see those the hotbars of mine on the very bottom with all the moves I'm hitting. Most of the time, I'm staring at those while I'm playing these. The better I get at them. So I miss the things like those things turn into dragons. Like those things that come up off the ground. They're little dragons. Dragon these nuts. No, they're dragons and they look cool. Yeah, without my skill speed being... My skill speed is barely... Or my latency got worse, because I was trying this on the computer in the living room. So my latency actually might be just worse, and... yeah. Wee. Bad pattern. Straight shot, I see it. Here. No, don't run over there. It's here. See why maybe I chose this to play to take my mind off of things? This takes concentration. There goes. Nope. We get to keep our mages. Alright, we all get it tethered together. And I say screw it to acceleration. Ooh. It's here. Please don't say I overlapped. I overlapped with the tank. The tank stopped moving. I really need that tank to keep moving. Someone's got to move. Someone has to not. This fight, I've seen more deaths to that one mechanic than just about everything else. Keep seeing deaths to it because people don't have like spread spots, so they just try to wing it, and that never goes well. I got up there at the very top. You can see that I'm weakened. I only do 75% of my damage. I'm trying to hold on that for now. I swear I'm not bad at this game. Probably should entice new people to come watch and then just completely suck it up over and over. Move a little further back, Plez. I'm not in sync. Oh, I died. That's right. I was trying to wonder what I was doing wrong. Did I really get tagged? Okay. 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 I didn't think I touched the green blob. I might actually have more latency on this computer. There is a small chance that it is my fault, and I need to actually hardwire my gaming PC into the wall instead of hoping that it stays connected. Because that was embarrassing. Nightbot, shut up. Nightbot is talking so much today. Nightbot's talking more than you guys are. Nightbot, don't make me come over there. And then the Red Wings sound. Oh. Literally starting the game for Final Fantasy VI, you hear this song. Farming for a new mount, but also weapons for other classes. I happen to be someone that's getting close to being an Omniclass person, where I can just do whatever is needed. And the mount would be amazing. Or enough totems to buy the mount later on. You gotta be kidding me. Can I do it sometime? End it. Hey, it's my war scythe. I'm going to need that thing. Yeah, give me the scythe. If I were me, I'd probably leave this party. But I'm doing things online. What's going on over there, though? Yeah, farming for the mount right now would be the mount percent drop rate. I believe right now is somewhere along the abysmal lines of doing that whole fight and having a like 5% chance for that mount to drop. So, and it's one of those things that, you know, when you actually get down to statistics, 5% is not good, because a 5% chance every single time you do something that takes 8 to 10 minutes to do, that's abysmal. I think it's actually lower than 5%. The newest mount's supposed to be rare. The only other one I don't have from this is Golbez. But I need to go back and fight Golbez because his drop rate was put back up. I don't have Golbez or this one. 5% max, I believe. It might be 3%. Later on, sometime next year, they'll unlock it to where that if you beat this fight 50 times, because it gives 2 totems per fight, that you can actually just buy the mount. So you have to either win it, do the fight later on when people aren't as interested in doing it or forgot to make mechs for it, which is bad, or just go ahead and beat it 50 times so that you have 100 totems because it costs 99. The catch is that also if you want weapons, if you're somebody that like me that would just love to be able to, eventually there'll be a weapon that's made from it that's glowy, and there's weapons for other classes I'd like to play that come from this. Each of those are 10 totems apiece too, 5 kills. That's why I'm going for the loot instead. And that's why you just saw me grab a sight that I don't need. Because I'm going to desynth it later when you can desynth these things and hopefully give money or the ability to do things, yeah. But this one, of all the extremes, this one, like, Rubicante was a pain in the butt. There's another extreme that was not too long ago that was just felt like the worst. Rubicante broke some people's brains, including mine. Rubicante sounds familiar. It is another boss from Final Fantasy 2/4. This is the final boss of Final Fantasy 4. I'll just call it 4 from here on out. I literally, my cartridge in the drawer says Final Fantasy 2 on it, but this is the final boss from Final Fantasy 4. Which direction is going to be coming from? Oh, the really fucky direction. Uh-oh. We're just going to have to take the head sack. Just have to take the sack. There's Monk. I swear to God, we just need to die. If they don't put their stuff far up north enough, we just die. I could probably do this in gear that's crafted. This extreme is not hard. It's very forgiving. The DPS check isn't as forgiving as some others have been, but it's pretty forgiving. Everyone, I mean, I believe everyone in the party could literally die twice and you can still beat this. As long as the deaths aren't stacked, so you're only doing 50% of your damage. If, like, you died, got unweakened, and died again, you could probably still clear this. And if the whole party that happened to them, you could probably still clear it. And I'm so nonchalant about being able to do the rest of the fight stuff because I practice what I'm gonna do on training dummies. There's a place called Sky Sea or Stone or something like that. Me having this random rotation that I keep doing over and over of my moves I'm doing right now is a lot of practice of just sitting there, having nothing that I can do or not process or not streaming or something, or being on the phone with doctors or being on the phone, whatever. And I'll take a job and go to a dummy and just hit the dummy over and over. So this is perfunctory. Being able to actually fight in this game needs to be like the last thing on your mind so that you can think of what mechanics to do next. And that's what makes this actually easier for me. I never really am sitting here questioning what the next button I should push is. Unless I die, then I'm kind of trying to last second, like, figure that shit out. I might have to scramble a little in depth. Right there. Nope. Yay, Astro, give me those cards. No, 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 no. Oh, I missed that. I was about to say, it feels weird that I didn't suffer for that one. This is not chaos. This is literally Zeromus. Final boss of another game. Chaos is the original game. I can go fight Chaos. I'm not going to right now, though. And this is when I get unapologetic about Excel Bomb. I'm still doing shit. Man, I'm really... getting away with, like, murder. Oh, I got a spark on me. I'm getting away with murder on those Excel bombs. You're not supposed to be able to move during those. I'm just briefly stopping the thing I probably shouldn't be doing. And instead of it punishing me, it's like, oh, you did the mechanic. I was like, no, I didn't. You literally got me in between two things I could do. I'm swinging my scythe around. I'm swinging my schlong as hard as I can at this thing. I do it harder. And it's like, you did the mechanic. Hey, Kale. We're back to 0 again. Repeat mechanics. They're fun. Either north is safe without a line, or northwest is safe. North, look. That easy. It's just that easy. And run around like a lunatic over to here. I'm gonna recheck the settings. Ads, please stop playing. It's about to play another one. Me and this monk are not getting along. I'm just gonna accept that. We must have learned differently. I thought melee had priority of not having to dodge around. Oh, wait, monk, okay. Well, the monk is technically melee. the monk is 100. Yay, the marching music. This is Final Fantasy IV's Red Wings. If you want to look up this music. Ba, 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 ba. Like, this is childhood in a nutshell. Where Cecil, as the Dark Knight, Cecil is questioning the orders he's being given and doesn't want to kill innocent people. The opening of Final Fantasy IV is dark. Where it's obvious that something's going on wrong. And it just opens up with, like, Cecil's being ordered to kill civilians and take their crystal without being told why. And it's just super duper dark. But it sets this tone of, like, the Dark Knight Cecil having to figure shit out. And I've always appreciated out of games like this. Might want let me break monk. I'm knocking on all cylinders. I don't want to stop. There we go. No mount. I can't have those. I got those from my monk already. I'm not gonna get those. Let me put in perspective really quickly how many times some people are saying break time for me. Some people are leaving. Let me put in perspective how many times I've already done this fight. Go find a new party. No, range melee range, I'll fuck things up. Nope. Can't do that party. Sorry, dude. How many times have I done that fight already? And I just learned it yesterday. What's 74 divided by 2? Isn't that 37? So that should have been kill number 37. Out of 50, if I don't actually ever see... And I've not seen... Out of 37 kills, I have not seen the mount drop at all. I also don't have all the weapons for all my classes yet. Yeah, the drop rate is super low. Scarcity makes people keep coming back. So yeah, I've got the Void Vessel. See, I can't use the Voidcast Archfiend totems either yet, because 99 of these would give me the Golbez's mount, and these are the two mounts I'm missing. Yeah, Golbez's mount now has a higher drop rate, and Golbez should be a cakewalk. The wheel. He talks a lot about a wheel and stuff and some other shit. I don't know. I didn't really pay attention. Actually, I did. I really, really like the story of this game. Yeah. Let me show physically. I'll physically once again show why I keep skipping between with how I call the game. So we right now, the reason I keep skipping between what to call the game. I mean, okay, first, YouTube, stop with the ads. No one here wants ads. And I mean, technically it's on money on. I know no one's gonna show up to this, and I'm literally asking. I don't often say that I need help. I know that if things go south with my dad, I'm going to need help, and this is my full-time job, so I don't want people just getting like a chump change off ads and someone was actually trying to be kind. That feels like a dick move on my part. Here, this is Final Fantasy II that I grew up with. It's not gonna focus on it because this camera doesn't like focus. You see that? The emblem in Japan actually had Kane the Dragoon in the middle of it, and it said Final Fantasy IV. It says Final Fantasy II, the US release. But yes, in Japan, when this was released, the cartridge instead said Final Fantasy IV, and instead of a sword, it had an outline of one of the main characters, the Dragoon Kane. Final Fantasy III, again a sword just in the middle of it, and a Moogle on the box art. When I refer to this one, I keep saying 3/6. It's now titled Final Fantasy VI, and it had, in Japan when it was released, it said Final Fantasy VI, and on the box art, on the cover of the Super Nintendo game, it had Terra, the main, one of the main characters. There's actually a few main characters. Halfway through the game, she doesn't have to be the main character anymore. And it just had a picture of her in Magitech armor. So I refer to the titles of some of the games by childhood. My childhood dictates that. I'd make my own party, but I don't like doing that. I'm one of those people where, like, I could just make this easier by making my own party. I'm not going to do it. Okay, and then don't tell anyone my secret. You see this war scythe? I'm just going to put it over there. You want to see how many... a lot of weapons I only got one of. Like, the guillotine, I have a guillotine now for my Dark Knight. My warrior can now go unga bunga harder. My gunbreaker can now gunbreak harder. Someone said they like Final Fantasy VIII. Squall being a gunbreaker. Yeah, gunbreaker. I can pendulum, but I've got 2 pendulums. I can sage harder. I can dance harder. I can bard harder. I can red mage harder. I don't need to go burr with my reaper harder. How many of these do I already have? Yeah, I'm gonna stop once I have one in my saddlebag and one on each retainer. I have 5 retainers. Yep, that means I'm only grabbing 1 more, and then I don't touch the scythe anymore as it drops. I won't ever touch it again, but I will be desynthing these eventually, like crazy, to try to get the... What's it going for on the market board as I go find a new party? MRR, okay. Dragoon, yes. Hey, Dragoon. MMRR, please no mechs. I know mechs. Let's go. How's it going, XYXY? Materials right now. What is void? Probably void something, right? You'd think it'd be called void something. Void. This is from Golbez's fight. How much does this go for? Yeah, I've got one of those pauldrons. What is the item? Is it void vessel? Void cast? What? What? How would one? All right, let's look at all the things I do and do not have. Maybe this will tell me. Barding of Eternal Darkness, of Light, Blue Feather, Windswept. Voidcast, Abyssal. Barding. How do you make this? By crafting method. By Abyssal Diamonds. Okay. Diamonds are forever. Abyssal D. How much are these going for? Oh, they're not too expensive. But if I want the barding, I need the drop. And every time I desynth, I get like a 1 in 10 chance of getting one of these. The dancer one looks nice. I'm not in my dancer clothing. But if I try on the dancer one, it is definitely reminiscent of the aesthetic of Final Fantasy IV, too. Whatever. Yeah, that big eyeball design, because it's Zeromus. For anyone who's Zeromus, however you want to say it, for anyone who's played Final Fantasy IV, it's straight up Zeromus. I mean, I know he starts off as Zemus, and he's a Lunarian rather. So he's Cecil's dad is Lunarian, but like he turns into like the undead asshole Zeromus, and he's just a jerk. But me getting weapons like this means I can just flex more. I can play more classes when I go into random things. I like Reaper the most. It also means when 7.0 Dawn Trail comes out, I don't have to go off and buy shit off the market boards and whatever, do whatever. Whatever can be crafted in-game gear for the last patch will beat out whatever you could craft when you first start up a new expansion. And I am a little bit of a lunatic. Just move this so everyone can see that I am now only missing White Mage Scholar, so I've only got one healer of the 4 maxed out. I can take 2 of 3 of these into Boja now. Summoner and Scholars level at the same time, so these are one and the same. One's DPS, one's healing, but they both summon something to heal or do damage. Astro, I hate playing. The cards are stupid. I don't like. Black Mage, I'm not used to it, and it feels like I'm missing my abilities. They're 1 level off of taking into Boja. Sometime in a place called Boja, and I could get them to 90. I've only got 5 classes not at 90, and one of these level 1 the same. So it's 4 things not at 90. So when I say I like to flex spots and do extra things or whatever, like, I have to actually have that stuff geared if I want to flex and learn it. And it's a lot of jobs to have the random weapon drop from. So, there's that. And I haven't beaten the last part of the Savage tier this tier. This character could be all this? Yeah. You change your weapon, you change the class. So right now I'm a Reaper. See? Reaper. I changed my gear to Paladin. That's what I look like. I'm a Paladin now. My Paladin is just as well geared as my Reaper. I want to be a Sage. I changed my gear to my Sage. That's my Sage now. My Sage now has the talents I can put on. So my Sage is almost as good as it's gonna get. I'm a Reaper. I'm a Reaper now. And if I want to be a Reaper that looks a little different, I can change from this one that I've been wearing forever. Yeah, the game, something they do need to fix and address about the game. The whole thing about this game is that you're supposed to be any class. You're supposed to be able to play any class whenever you want to. Just be whatever you want to be. Well, to play in-game content, you kind of need to be geared for it. And they have a lockout of how much currency in-game per week you can earn to buy some of the in-game gear. And so they kind of lock you out of the idea of you need to start in-game hardest content with one job that you choose and build on that job, and you don't get to be flexible at first. They need to change that. This is also how my Reaper can look. Let me go ahead and change that real quick. And change my portrait to reflect that. My Reaper can also look like look at me. I'm a shiny boy. I'm a shiny boy. I can look like that. I got abs. A number of games have a system like that. 14 was one of the first to do that. Which is a big step up from 11. 11 did not. If you wanted to change classes, you had to go back to home world. 11 was critically acclaimed for the idea of no other MMO had tried to do a slower pace, story-based, having to work as a group. I know WoW, you had to work as a group. You had to work in a different way in Final Fantasy 11. They were big competitors back in the day. 14 1.0 was bombed. I even actually have what they sent me as the collector's edition for being a beta tester for that. I have it in the in the hallway because I just uncovered that from the garage. So so that's a weird find to just randomly have. And then this game is one of the first MMOs, if not the first one, to make it so that you can, even in the field outside of cities, you can change whatever you're doing. You just can't change it mid-battle. So, but remember, this is getting a graphical update in May because this game is 10-year anniversary already passed. Came in passed. Hey, Dragoon. Dragoon, you're not loading into it? You alright? You alright, buddy? Oh, people are viewing the cutscene. Well, the Dragoon has the pointy thing, and I need the pointy thing, so... I need the Dragoon's pointy thing. I need to practice Dragoon, because Dragoon gets an overhaul in the next one. But now, I got my shiny. This probably looks better on a female. But look, I got shiny clothes on now. Yay. See, if I look all good and shiny like I tried, then people might watch more stuff. Plus, I'll over time take away gameplay, like elements from the screen. I should shrink down the left side for you guys while I'm doing it, but I haven't. I need to make a whole new HUD layout where I can change between the two, and I know there's a way to do it. I've never gone off and done it. I need to do the I'm streaming HUD layout, so make everything small and unobtrusive, and then my own normal, which is like this. Oh yeah, you know what I should do? Hey, yeah, I did. My referral code. We both get something if you join and play this game, and I refer you. Like you sign up using that little code I've got. We both get like special items that are exclusive. You can use it like 5 times. I should do the totally streamer jerk move of most people, you know, have to go off and like find a normal friend to convince them. I can just put it up in the description of just be like, hey, use my referral code to try the game. We both get freebie items if you do that. So I can ride Twintania. What game does Twintania come from? That to me feels along the lines of when streamers used to give out and content creators used to give out their Uber code, which to me was I was like, that's ingenious. I wish I had thought of it. And I was like, that's kind of a jerk move. Give out their Uber code so they get free meals and everything. There's no pattern. So they just plaster it up on the screen and have everyone spam and use it. And like you get $15 off, they get $15 off for a promo like that. Ooh, I didn't take much damage. They shielded before. This group has a shield healer that knows how to shield. I'm saved. It's been driving me crazy that we haven't been shielded fully. Clean break. Make it. Don't see a pattern. Please let it be corner. Is it corner? Survey says everyone follow me. Okay, I didn't lead him to the death. That always makes me feel bad. If everyone's following me and I'm like, I don't know where I'm going. It's not often that something like that happens, but it can happen. Yay, they're coming from this direction. Should be easy. And once again, I'm just gonna take the bone stack. Oh my god. No pattern. I am absolutely moving during that game. Never punished. Don't put the black hole on me. Don't put it on me. It's on me. Crap. You have to run a little extra, guys. I got the black hole. I don't do that whole new strat of whatever bullshit of like going into the corner. Because I just learned how to do this game or this fight. Like I said, like 48 hours ago. I gotta be all nifty swifty with it. I originally only played this on my PS4, and then I switched over to PS5. Now, because of my career, I have the means to play it on PC a little easier. Like I said, people can die a lot and still clear this. This is a lot of death that I'm seeing. Uh-oh. Someone hit a bubble. The healer hit a bubble. No pattern. People that don't play this with a controller, I feel have crackhead energy. They have to. They gotta have major crackhead energy. Spinning that camera around like I do, but not being able to do it like the way I'm doing it, really like gently. Okay. So we have a few people here who might not know all the mechanics of this. A few deaths. That's fine. I'm gonna Bob Ross the hell out of this. I'm gonna call it a happy accident. Don't give me the left eye. Give me T-Boz. No, don't give me the left eye yet. Dragoon, why? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. One of my biggest strengths is that yes, I learned quickly. I do learn quickly. Oh god, they're talking. Yeah, we'll need to. Let's have a clean pool and do this right. Hey, Dark King, what's going on? Oh god, the healer's gonna leave after this. I cover up the chat on the bottom left so you guys can't see when people are saying jerk things. And someone said something that was not nice. It rarely happens that someone gets like that. It really isn't common in this game. In fact, niceness can actually be a bit of a bad part of this game. People are so incredibly nice. One, it's hard to spot when people are being deceivingly nice. And second, it feels like you don't know like when things are actually going bad. Like everyone's just like, no, it's all right, and it's like passive aggressiveness basically. You get that. You get what my ex used to be, aggressively passive aggressive. I never knew that term. If I ever call anyone else aggressively passive aggressive, it's never an insult. I just never knew I could call someone that until I met my ex. Where I knew there was being aggressive. I knew there was being passive aggressive. She's probably the first person that ever introduced me because of, and I don't know if it's a term that's used by people. To go. Okay. But the only way I can describe her is aggressively passive aggressive. And when I realized that, I was like, that's a good term. Like, the day I learned that that was a thing. I used to out her for that all the time. Just be like, really aggressively passive aggressive. Now I rarely use it because I feel like I'm afraid people would think I'm basically calling them my ex. I only have one ex, and I have no idea what got into her to make her act the way she does, other than every other guy within a half-mile radius. All of them got into her, but everything else I have no idea what got into her. So this music is the only probably fight that gives me like this music is gonna just give me agita. Dragoon, you need to move that tether a little further up. Oh, they're doing diagonals, luckily. Uh-oh. Don't stack both healers. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. We have a red mage. Oh, shoot. I will stop doing what I'm doing so I don't get that Excel bomb. Because we can't afford that right now. C spot run. Run spot run. Everything that's being said in the background, I'm thinking of SAO bridge. Don't put the black hole on me. I'm going burr. I'm alive and going burr. Don't put it on me. wing purr. This music is either a remix of the original in boss music from 4, or Soken composed another masterpiece. But I wouldn't be surprised if this came straight from Final Fantasy 4. You do remember that correctly. If I just saw that Nintendo's borrowed some of Square's musical talents before, because I believe that is the way the borrowing happened. I can't look at chat so much right now, but I saw borrowing musical talents, and yeah, Nintendo has multiple times over borrowed. Almost everyone who works on the music on this game have won big awards for their work. Kind of like the idea of Attack on Titan, where everyone working on it now has huge accolades under their belt for the musical talent that's been on it. Almost every single person has been nominated or won something when it comes to the music. That's how good the music is in Attack on Titan. Everyone involved with it wins. More than once, Nintendo has been like, we need epic music, and the team from Square Enix is like, we got you, bros. Let's do it this way. The music in this game is just ridiculous. Soken in particular, if you don't know about music, I've harped on him before. Soken is one of the most Guinness Book World Record, I believe, most prolific composer ever to live now. Don't quote me on that completely. He's the most prolific video game composer or media like this ever to be alive. So he's crazy with how much music he pumped out and how much good stuff he pumped out, because people could pump out stuff and then not be good, yet he wins all the awards for his work. Don't put the blobs right there. Why put the blobs right there? Dragoon, can you limit break, please? I can guarantee I'm out damaging you big time. You probably want my damage to not stop for any reason. I I can almost guarantee Dragoon. Melee limit break is the best one. Thank you. Okay. I'll throw a harvest. Why not? And die. Oh, I thought the gun breaker item was the flute. Are you kidding me? Did I just get hyper over nothing? Over nothing? Maybe I'll win it with an 88. Probably not. When you have 7 people, other people... Oh, I did! When you have 7 other people you're lotting against, here's a fun fact when it comes to statistics like that. So there's a party of 8 people. You and 7 other people all want the same thing. 8 people want the same item, right? Okay, cool. Well, you lot on it. The person who was complaining was the party leader, I think, at this point. I'm just gonna leave. Statistically speaking, weirdly enough, if there are 8 of you and you all want an item and you can roll a random number to get that item between 1 to 99. One, you want to roll as fast as possible because only one person can get 99. And therefore, if somebody else gets 99, you have a 1 in 100 chance of getting that number. Well, 1 in 99 chance of getting that number because there's no 0. And no, there's a 1 in 100. If there's a tiebreaker and 2 people should have gotten the same number, one person will get the next number up. So technically, it is a fake number in the set. So it is a 1 in 100 chance. But you can say 1 in 99. There can only be 199. So if somebody gets it, you want to lot as fast as possible because if they get it, you can no longer get it. But let's say you lot, you roll the dice, you lot a 90. 90 out of 99. There's only 9 numbers above what you just got, right? You only statistically have a 10%-ish chance of winning that when you are lotting against 7 other people. Because everyone has the chance, about a 1 in 10 chance of getting one of the numbers above you. And so lotting really high in this game is really deceiving. How that works... Oh, I thought we were stopping. So, getting things and lotting on them and actually successfully getting with an 88. Statistics is really fun. Okay, things that I'm actually doing as a dad, since I can't get my dad off of my head of what's going on, and I don't think I'll get any more updates tonight. My son should call eventually at some point. But random things to blabber on about so I don't brood for too much. I plan on retaking statistics courses as my son gets older, so that I can always keep up with him as he goes through school. And some of my statistics are not the best. Trig, I actually struggled with when I was in school. It clicked way too late, but it only clicked when I got into physics and needed trig for physics. So redoing all of that stuff, but taking everyone there's like adult online courses of being an adult that never got it down packed, of like statistics you would actually use in everyday life in like business and whatnot, and it would behoove like everybody to be as well-rounded as possible, and things like that. I'm gonna retake those courses, but it's for things like that I don't get my hopes up. I rolled an 88. Statistically speaking, I should have had like a less than a 1 in 10 chance of winning this thing I've got in my inventory right now. But simple statistics tells me that I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. So I think little things like that are kind of cool. I'm also going to change my glam back because in the middle of that fight, I need to see the white on me. You heard courses and statistics? Yeah, I was talking about everyone should have basic statistics under their belt. But there are adult online courses for statistics for adults specifically. Like, statistics is daunting, and it's like, why would I ever use this? I wish at younger ages you could do what technical colleges do all the time and teach trade statistics, like business statistics. If you know you're never going into a science field, then they could like garner your like attention at a younger age by saying, hey, if you want to make a lot of money when you get older, this is the part of statistics you need to know to run a business. And I think a lot of people would pay attention if they really emphasize it by, if you don't know this, you don't get paid big bucks. Because it's one of my biggest gripes with the idea that school is socialization first and then learning second. Because if you didn't know, that's exactly why the test for like US citizenship is so hard. School is socialization first until you have to pay for it. Then it's all about money first. But since it's socialization first, learning social norms are more important than explaining why you're learning what you're learning. But if you were to be in school and think back to when you're 14, you're in school and you're listening to some boring ass math class. If they were to give you choices on that math class, like algebra is needed, algebra 2 that's needed, but when it gets to statistics, and if it just showed business statistics, it's not like you're not learning. It would be a pretty intensive course in the first place, but there could be the difference between if you want well-rounded statistics because you don't know what you want to do with your life and you just kind of want to know more, you should take this one. But listen, if you just kind of, you're not really interested in sciences and like doing studies and all this other stuff, you just want to know how to basically manage your books and know when things are going wrong, when numbers, being able to talk to an accounting department, not be an accountant, but maybe it could lead that direction. Here's business statistics. I think that schools would benefit from doing shit like that. There's physics, and there could be well-rounded physics, and then there could be real-life physics. What physics concepts would you use in every single day life? I believe everyone should have a physics course under their belts because they don't know. It's like a level of things for me. There's anatomy. You should know how your body works on a basic level. Do you need to memorize all 206 bones? No, you don't. Do you need to know in general how your body and names of kind of like body, what they're named and kind of whatever, what they do independently? Yeah, you only get one body to live in. And if it comes up to a thing of you need to point to the right spot at the right time to be able to continue to live, I guess I'm going to be in this outfit, then it's on you to know that. And then you should know basic physiology, which is how your anatomy works together to make yourself move in your environment. But I believe basic physics should also be in that echelon because physics is basically how things around you act and how your physiology reacts inside a physical world is the basics for physics. If they were to teach it like that, of being like, this is physics you will actually use because your brakes went out and you want to be able to test like what, you know, is going on with that. You want to be able to do basic things mechanically that you're going to come up on, and physics for being able to use certain tools that you can buy off the shelf and gauge, oh, is this good pressure or bad pressure? That's physics as well. I mean, it's mechanical, it's getting to practical stuff. But if they told you, hey, this will help you spend less money because you know that you don't need a plumber, a mechanic, or whatever, if you take this physics class, or if it's just generalized, you want to take it, then you take this one. Then it would make people like more interested in school. It would so make more people more interested in school. Because one of the worst things about school is that they just don't make it meaningful in the moment. Right now that I'm an adult and a lot of knowledge is meaningful. For example, my dad being in the hospital hurt 3 vertebrae that if it collapses, my dad right now, if his care is understaffed and he turns his head the wrong way, my dad is paralyzed from the neck down. With COPD, he'll be dead in a week. It's just that simple. It's just that easy. I mean, it's sad to say it's just that easy. That's how serious some things can be. I'm a junkie for knowledge because I'm like forced in this position where I need to know these things because I feel like I've been put in positions where I just need to now know it. But if I had younger been given a better like idea of why and the nuances, so I could make more educated choices, I guarantee things would have been a little bit different. I would have picked up a few extra courses to change things around a bit. I wouldn't have taken any slack courses at all for any reason. And it's not like I ever took slack courses. I didn't need to take AP Stat. There are other AP classes I could have taken, but statistics comes really naturally for me. I could have audited AP Stat. I did not need a full course on that. I could have done something like Business Stat, and that would have been so much better because it could have gone beyond what you would have taught. It's things like that really peeve me, but there's a lot of things I'm trying to learn really fast right now because my dad is depending on me to make correct choices since I make his medical choices right now. And if something comes up and he's unconscious, it's up to me, and whether he lives or dies can be on my shoulders, depending on if I say do surgery or don't, risk it or don't. And like orthopedic anything is not my specialty of things I've learned. It just isn't. In my head, by the time you're at bone, you're screwed. And I know my breaks well enough. I know what's happening to bone structures well enough to do trauma care. That's as far as I've gone. I've never had to be like, you have a geriatric older gentleman who is presenting with degenerating skeletal structure, having 3 breaks in C7, T1, T2. You're having degeneration, or is it actually degeneration, or is it simply just a weakening caused by something else? And now you need to all of a sudden know that I don't know that, and I'm having to learn on my own. So I have reasons I need to know things. But there's so many things I've learned in my adult life that I'm just like, why was this never taught to me in school? And then I don't see it happening. And then there's so many things I learned in school that just I didn't need. Here's a thing. You don't need calculus if you're not going into specialty fields like being an engineer. You just don't need it. Calculus is so nuanced. They should warn you that it's basically useless to most of the people who ever step in a calculus class. They should tell you that. They don't. It's basically useless. It's a waste of your time. Unless you're going into a field that specifically requires calculus. It's so stupid that they don't tell you that. I spent 2 semesters on calculus. Why did I waste my time on that shit? I could have been taking other courses while I was paying for my college education. Right there. But I'm like spending my own money on that shit. And for it to be so irrelevant to majority of like things you go through in life is just a bummer. It's just a bummer type deal of like, okay, I spent good money to learn something that I have completely forgotten. Yeah, it feels like a lot to shoulder. I feel bad complaining about it, and at the same time, this is my career. If I don't say anything, I could drown easily in all of this and have no recourse of doing anything about it. And so, like, my career kind of dictates, and I don't want to be seen as a griefer, but what else am I supposed to do? When my career is being online, and I know that now my dad being this bad shape might screw over the idea of me working. I might need to just go over there and live with my mom, basically, because I don't know what else she'd do. Like, it's a shitty position to be in. Of course it is. But like, what else? What am I supposed to do? But anyway, here's my 2 cents on education failing people. I know it's no new, like, big deal hot take, but I do really believe that if there's a generation of parents that can understand things like this, that it's not, I don't think it would be the hardest thing to change. It's a systemic problem of undereducating kids in the wrong things. If you empowered kids to feel like what they're doing matters for later on, because I think many times we forget we have to empower kids to believe what they're doing matters. And so you have dropout rates from like inner city schools that are doing badly because like putting bread on the table matters more than your shitty ass math class. That's just like reality for some people. But if you told them, like, if you stick with this, you've got a chance to put bread on the table consistently and money in your bank accounts, it'll give you an opportunity to do those things. You might find people who are in a shitty situation, for sure. It doesn't change the idea that they gotta be an adult way faster than they should have to be. Changes that zero. But it does change like this perception of, you know, why are they there? And I've been there. I've been that poor. Where everything I wanted, I needed to work for at a young age. And I mean, I did work for everything I had at a young age. My parents didn't give it to me. They couldn't afford it. So everything I pretty much had, I worked for. But had I not had like a mom who was like on top of that shit, my mom knew my brother and I being smarter, we were special needs kids. I think a lot of people forget that calling a kid gifted is not like like being nice to them. That is, they need an independent education plan, individualized education plan as well. They need that. Gifted kids are special needs kids. So when people call my son smart, I'm just like, thanks. But he's special needs. There's some things that he can be lost in the crowd just because he can do some classes a little easier than other people. And it seems like I'm complaining about nothing again, possibly. But no, it's a reality. I have to watch my son in tears over some of this stuff, and then I realize, oh no, my son really is special needs. And everyone who doesn't realize that can fuck right on off for being that dumbass ignorant that they had hurt my kid from their ignorance. Because I'll get defensive when it comes to being a parent like that. Oh my God, Dragoon. Are you kidding? Why? What I was saying, oh my God, why too, was there's something called enumeration stacks. Where if you see those circles, 2 people per circle. That's the rule. And we do all that stuff at the very beginning of saying where everyone's supposed to be to mark where you should go for that. Specifically, that's one of the things we were doing all that work for. You can focus target your fellow enumeration stack person if need be. That almost cost us like a win type deal. That was really bad. That was bad. Well, can I win both? Sure. People are not here apparently for that coffer or that bow. Just store that coffer over there. Oh, I already have a bow. But I'm speaking on a lot of things. My parents actually fought for my own education. My parents fought over and over, just like I'm fighting for my own son's education, and it was a constant thing of a back and forth. Like me hyper thinking about my dad, can't get over the hyper fixation, so I'll just go into that. Like one of the earliest memories of like my dad doing something that was really badass. My dad. I ran away from school when I was in first grade. I have issues. I don't want to belittle people who were officially diagnosed with certain things. So I'll just say that I had a certain syndrome, most likely, that made people think that I might have been partly mute, that I might have had issues with social functioning, and that I might have been just high functioning but had a disorder that is well known and that I'm not going to name because there are people we didn't have the money and it would have just hurt me being diagnosed, because I've learned instead ways around it, so I know I wouldn't be diagnosed this day possibly, except for being symptomatic type deal, symptomatic of but not being diagnosed with, and so one of those types of things in that category, I was already very much on bad streets trying to do my best just to survive, and already couldn't communicate very well. My fourth grade story of my son's in fifth grade, letting him know in fourth grade that when Miss March called on me to answer a question, my son like unlocked core memory and reminded me of why Miss March was trying to get me to talk anyway. And it was because of another incident that had already happened, and she knew that I needed like some encouragement to try to help speak. And it didn't work, but because I just cried instead. I was convinced in first grade by some kids that were bullying that something, a school project, mattered for the rest of my life. That if I did badly on it, it would do badly for my school career and for my family, that they'd hear about it, they'd be disappointed, that there'd be all these things. And I was gullible because I was just a very gullible kid. I didn't know social norms very well. And it took me a long while for Nathan had to intervene all the time. Nathan couldn't intervene on this one. He didn't know about it. And so instead I just ran away from school. Now, when I say run away from school, I walked out the front door of a school that had glass hallways at the very front because of crime. So they could spot if there's possibly some bringing a weapon into school type deal. This is back in the 90s type deal, and they were still worried about that shit happening. I mean, it's not like it's a new problem. I walked right by the glass doors. All the faculty were up there, including the principal, vice principal, secretary, nurse. And I was able to just walk right out of that school. Bigger deal about that story is the fact that when I was trying to run away back to home, just so happens that the intersection I had to cross is the busiest, not busiest, most fatalities in Georgia at that year. That can give some people a hint to where I grew up. But yeah, most fatalities recorded in the state of Georgia, and at one point in the United States, one of the most dangerous intersections. And I crossed that as a little kid, running away from school because I was gullible. Almost got hit twice over crossing it. It's fine. A guy that knew my parents that worked at a local pawn shop told my mom that I was like, he spotted me and stopped me and contacted my parents, and I hid under. I thought I was in so much trouble. I saw my dad's face. I saw Rick's face. I had never seen it like so angry, and I thought he was angry at me. And this was the first time I was ever like afraid. I was like, my biological father, beat the shit out of me. I didn't know if this is another time. Like, do I have to? It's bad, but I was like a whipping dog. Do I have to worry about being beaten again now? Like, that's kind of what some of the stuff that was going through my head. We get back to the school. He takes us back to the school, and I'm like, I'm in for it now. Like, he's driving us back. I just ran away. Everything in my body said this is bad. I got to find out that my dad is one of those people that you don't want to see him angry type deal. He is a quiet angry. The dangerous kind of quiet angry. By the time you realize you're in trouble with him, that he is hard to anger, but he is vicious. He will probably do something, and he's not a violent person. Like my dad, for being a former Marine, he doesn't fit that mold. The former Marine, he's a Marine. I don't care what the government tried to do to his records. He was able to claim his benefits. My dad is a fucking Marine. He served. He watched his friends die. That fucking counts, and I'm glad the government can go fuck right off about that. But he was finally able to reclaim his status as Marine. Because he had asthma. He had an asthma attack during Vietnam. And they tried to revoke all that because of the asthma attack. He doesn't fit this stereotypical mold of of a Marine. But he is the kind of person that I learned in that day. Oh my God, was he that face he had on, that anger he was showing? He was on the verge of being violent toward the principal because he realized that his child almost died. And so what he was actually holding in was something I didn't recognize. It wasn't hostility toward me. It was pure hostility to a world that almost killed his kid. And now that I am a parent myself and I completely get that, oh, that feeling is real. The unadulterated pure hostility to a world that's willing to do something to your child, to not care enough to make sure that they're alive and thriving, or put them in danger on purpose. Oh, it's a burning white hot fury, and now I totally get, as I'm older, what went on with him. But Jesus H. First time I ever thought I made him mad was running away from school, and I was apologizing and trying to tell him like, basically I was trying to plead with him, like, please love me. And later on he realized like how scared I must have been of him. Whoa, everyone lagged where they need to go. Oh, I just saw the big jumpy jumps. Please, Steam, don't be downloading something. Maybe that's just a small glitch. It's a little glitch in the Matrix. But my dad is one of those, yeah, he is absolutely one of the people that, he makes a lot of dry humor. If he gets way too quiet, that's when my dad actually is scary for people that know him. It's like, it gets scary about right then. I have been told my silence scares people. That sucks. Okay. He does alternate. That was a guess where everyone else is going. I'm gonna lead everyone to their death on accident. Dragoon, I hope you know that this limit break is on you. Dragoon, you got to do more damage for the limit break to be on me. Dragoon, Dragoon, that was a great time to use it. Now is a bad time. You'll die during it. I'll finish it off. Finish her out. Nope. 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 Do I have a gun? I already have one. One day I'll desynthesize you. So anyway, I'll do a more popular game. I'm still streaming. I'm just gonna keep going. I don't think I'm gonna stay sane if I have to just go in my living room and try to plan shit right now. I need to hear messages from doctors and stuff. Yeah, my dad is... I was almost gonna have him transferred hospitals. He's admitted to ortho's section. Right now they're doing a rundown of all of his stuff, and the problem that's now just gonna come up over and over again is my dad can't handle anesthesia. There is probably more than the breaks we found. It's the scary thing. I've gotten to see just a few of the x-rays myself. I'm waiting for the CT, but I've been told that the imaging software they're using might not be compatible with the stuff I've got on me. And for that CT in particular, what I'm looking for, I want to be able to see basically. I know he should have thinning in his bones, and it should be less dense. So he should be losing density in his bones. But I've got the anterior side is giving me a good picture. I see what's going on. And I'm having to learn because there's a discrepancy right now in what I know, and it's in learning all of this, what I've learned from ortho and all this other stuff, that if he took an impact or a fall, I'm seeing on the right side of his body. So let's say you're looking from the back or dorsal, whatever you want to call it, anterior. If you're looking or posterior, rather, whatever. If you're looking from the back, because I know I can't be just sitting up here spouting random medical shit, and you're looking, and I can bring up some scan stuff, but you're looking at all of his stuffs, and you get into, and you see his left lateral. You can see some of the things that are going on, what I'm talking about. I mean, I'm so sorry. His right lateral. And so you can see where the things are going. And then if you get the posterior, you can see the right side. What's confusing me right now is that if it was a fall, I'm actually seeing down in his sacrum, and his coccyx looks like a pile of dust. Like he's his COs, that's 2 through 4 and everything, those are just a pile of dust. His coccyx, his sacrum, the way that your body kind of just bends when it comes to this stuff, if it had actually been a fall, I would expect to see degeneration because of that fall. Yes, right side, neck, whiplash, and it would crunch the team. That makes sense. And then, like, I'm trying to explain all this really, really fast, and then they're pulling and fighting. Crap. Hold on. I'll be right back at it. Sorry. It's the sacrum that's throwing me off. It is right side damage, and I never went into enough in depth when it came to ortho that I don't understand how, if it was an impact possibly from April, and how degeneration just from or his bone density going down. I mean, he's had chemotherapy. I actually said when they were trying to talk to me, for those who know about the medical field, I know this won't mean much for most people, but last night, it was a weekend, it was a Sunday night, and it was also, not only being a weekend, being a Sunday night, it was night. Specialists aren't in. They don't plan on being in. They don't want to be in until the morning. Getting a specialist on the horn, much less in there. I was able to actually speak to both radiology. For anyone who's also been in a hospital setting, radiology is a myth. They're not there. Being able to speak to them, being able to speak to being able to speak to first, I think it was an orthopedic surgeon, and then it was an orthopedic specialist. Having them there at night, that's like that shit doesn't happen. They don't do that. Everything basically that isn't critical can wait. And that should tell you immediately that they know my dad is in a state that it's gonna quickly go critical if they don't do something. I will say I got frustrated enough that they tried to talk down to me about like bone density and stuff like that. And I know they're just trying to give me information, and while I'm playing this game at the same time, it's hard for me to like say what they said. But I did finally slip an F-bomb at a doctor, or yeah, it was a doctor. Because they were trying to tell me about that they're doing scans, and they have to pay a close eye on all that stuff because of his chemo treatments from the past. And they pissed me off because they made this all sound normal. They have no less than 2 other x-rays, and now that I can go and see that there's actually healing where this was something that was going bad for a while now and could have been caught, and now it's life-threatening. And it's life-threatening because how the hell do they treat that in him? He can't be sedated. He can't be sedated for surgery that he needs. And they were talking to me, and I distinctly in that conversation said, and you fuckers have known this, and they actually just had to take it. Like, it's the first time I've said something like that drastic to a doctor or whatnot. But if it tells you, like, usually I'm slow to anger, and I usually want information. I can be very, very, very stern, but I'm not gonna be overly like anything with anybody. Oh my God! Thank you, Hungry Kitty. I hope he can recover. I hope for his swift recovery for him. I'll play that in a second. I'm so sorry. I'm looking at other stuff and getting overwhelmed again, just trying to talk it out. I mean, now knowing that this is something that, but I'm sitting here going, it's his sacrum that's getting me. See, or he's got damage all onto one side, and that's why I'm having to now kind of overtime study and figure this shit out. It makes no damn sense. If it were an impact, like a fall, I would expect right side. For when you begin to season tease, I'd expect right side. And I would actually... I am doing a bad job at explaining because I just misspoke. And I even realized I misspoke as I was saying it. When I can get back to thinking that and not thinking this, there is a part of his spine that is damaged on the wrong side for a fall. It shouldn't actually be all one side. And that might sound like a small detail, but I'm not well versed enough in it to know if it is a small detail. Like I'm not good enough yet at it, and I have to be an expert possibly in the next 24 hours, and my brain melted, and now I'm doing this. Because there's only so much I can take. I have a limit. I have a limit. One of my biggest strengths I know is learning. I can learn extremely fast. I gotta learn your job, your specialist job, and I need to know that today. Or rather, you gave me a week. Because I've done that more than once. That's how I got my IT job. I knew zero about how to code. And then a week later, I was on the spot hired for being able to prove that I could actually code a website just fine. CSS and HTML knew it just fine. A week of lynda.com and a couch later, and I had learned, I had just applied anywhere because I needed a job. So I was willing to do just whatever I could. So I put in an application and didn't think I'd actually get the job, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, you're gonna be working in the archives, you need to be able to make this website, you gotta do all this other stuff, and I was like, I don't know how to do any of that. Lynda.com and me had like a week-long session, and I landed the job. My downside of that is that I know so many things on a level that's functional. I'm not a specialist at any of them. I'm just good enough to know when I'm too dumb. And that's one of the most frustrating things I could try to ever describe. I'm just functional enough to know, oh, I have to take the L. I have to die. I'm just functional enough at everything to know that, like, when I'm not good enough, I know it. I'd say, unlike a lot of people who could overestimate themselves or whatnot, or underestimate themselves, I do estimate my abilities decently well, I think. I know those that have more intelligence are usually going to downplay their intelligence. I know that's a normal thing. Whatever. It's not getting into... Are the tanks going to kill each other on accident? Well... That felt weird. Yeah, I'm just smart enough to know when I don't know enough. And that is one of the most frustrating things that I don't think I'll ever be able to explain to people. Yes, I have a gift for learning like that. But that gift comes at a big-ass price to my own sanity. And it feels like to my own person. Since I have the ability to learn things so easily, so well, and so everything else, then the whole fucking world expects me to fucking know it every 5 seconds. And I'm like, the goddamn doctor should have been able to catch this shit. Why am I somebody reading? I'm not a radiologist. Why am I the fucking ass? Why do I have to be the one to catch this shit? Much less catch that there is, like, the signs that he's been healing from part of this. So this is a long-standing, but now it's critical. Why is it my job? But then doctors want to talk down to me, but then now I need to know it because of medical proxy. And now people that didn't want to touch him before as a case now are totally fine with touching him as a case. But I have a lot of family asking me, like my mom, but I got a call that I'm not answering for her grandma. Like asking me what's going on, if there's anything going on. Like, but ask me as if I'm gonna like just know intrinsically Like, this is... Yeah, Grandma, did I go to school for, you know, being a... for psychology or this? Which is it? Don't... But then you don't get real answers unless you know, and I feel like I don't know enough. It really sounds like it's the bitching and moaning of somebody that's like, oh, they're spoiled and entitled to their own knowledge. They don't even know it. That is super not what it is. And if I could ever... Uh-oh. Is a form of hell I wish on no one. Because I don't know everything. I don't. But like, what if today you learned that if you don't know enough about orthopedic surgeons and just orthopedics in general, if you don't know enough about in general skeletal system and all that jazz, that your dad dies, your mom dies, your loved one dies, someone dies because you didn't know enough, and now everyone will blame you for that for as long as you live because, well, you had the capacity. No more family get-togethers for you while they're all too busy blaming you for the death of somebody. I know what that feels like. I have a lot of family members wondering, like, why I didn't tell them more about my brother dying. Like, that was one of the dick moves of my family that have ever been pulled. My grandma saying that my brother needs to get off the couch and then turning around and asking me why I didn't let her know how serious it was. Like, she can go fuck herself from here until Timbuktu for the rest of her goddamn life. Her cheating ass that pulled some of the same shit that Mel pulled. And she wants to lecture me on family values. When she told my brother if he had just exercised more, maybe it would be better. And then comes at me like I should have known better. And it's the same shit all over again, but now a different family. I have a whole side of the family that needs me to be perfect and know every fucking thing. And if Rick dies, it's not just I lost my dad, I lose my fucking rest of my family. Because why? I had the gall to have one career in one life. I'm gonna get hit by this thing up north. Just, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go on that. I'm getting a little worked up, I know, but I'm a little rattled. I really need my dad alive. I don't need him dying yet, please. My son doesn't need him dying yet. I'm not ready. It's selfish. I don't care. I selfishly want my dad to live. And I'm not gonna apologize for that. I'll do what I have to do, but I'm not ready to take the pressure again of being blamed as if their death is my fault because I did what, pick up enough books fast enough? Because I'm not able to do everything. They already blame me for why I'm not taking care of them. They keep asking me why Rick's not retired and doing all this. Like, I thought I'd be making enough money to be able to help them. They have so many medical problems. My brother and I discussed how to do this. I didn't know my brother would die. And so, no, now I get the first messages from his side of the family. Why is Rick still working? Why the fuck are you in California with all your goddamn money not helping your sibling? Why am I in trouble for this? I barely got out of being poor to being barely middle class. But no.
just let's let go of the idea that my brother died, the one that could have also helped. He has 2 other biological kids that, what, abandoned him for being a good dad? No, and they come at me. They don't go after literally my millionaire ex-brother-in-law, because I won't call him my brother. He is Rick's actual biological youngest son. He disowned my dad for my dad saying, don't have sex in the living room while the kids are around. He brought his boyfriend over and he thought it was a statement against him being gay. It was, you share a fucking wall and you're having sex with your boyfriend when we just asked politely, the kids could walk out and see that. And he said, call my mom a bitch or I leave. He is a fucking multi-millionaire that could just pay all this fucking shit off. They are talking, the rest of the family are talking to him as if this isn't going on. They're treating him like normal. He is still in contact with all of them. Where the fuck is he? And why am I under the bus for this shit? He owns like half of California at this point. I believe his net worth is close to $20 fucking million. Where is he? But no, the one that's already lost a brother, the one that his biological son's not thrown under the bus. No, since I live with under and he chose me. No, it's my fucking fault that he can't retire. It's my fault. Apparently my brother died too. So it's my fault that he's this bad off, right? This is all on me because I should be able to learn all of it. And what's their proof? Well, you've done it before. You just must not care about him enough. Are you kidding? The caring is the thing. I don't care enough? Sure. They're like, if you just had a real career, are you kidding? I went through a messy divorce and gave up everything for my son's sake. And this is the one career that stuck so I could still be a dad. I did everything for my son I could. I didn't want to do this full time. I didn't want to feel like a fucking internet busker that has to beg for scraps so he can get by when his family gets sick. You think you want that? Is that something you want? You aspire to that shit? So anyway, sorry, I am overdue for my anxiety medication for tonight. I know it will at least help take the edge off of the idea that I'm just losing it. I'm not yelling at any of you guys. It's not, my life is not you guys' fault or something like that. I really do appreciate anyone that can help make this a career for me, because I was limited in options and choices to be a dad and to be an adult that could be there when need be.
Yeah, I need to take medication and hydrate. I got water in front of me. But I did play this game so I could know Thinky if I wanted to. And even though I've only known this fight for 2 days, I can surprisingly know Thinky it way better than I feel like I should be able to. Yeah, one of my strengths has always been I'm a very quick learner. One of my weaknesses is perfecting anything. I'm the definition of a jack of all trades type of deal. I like a textbook. If you were to look it up, you're gonna find my photo. Because I can do a ton of things, but very rarely have I been able to master anything. Like there was a time in my life where I could claim mastery of violin to a certain extent. I didn't see it in myself, but I didn't realize how good I actually was. And so, you know, the rest of the world could see what I couldn't. And eventually I learned that I was actually extremely good at violin. But it's when I have to point to things that I became extremely good at to the point of mastering or feeling like I'm better than most at it. Let's put it that way. Like, you feel like you have a profession, so you should be better than most at it type deal. That's why I thought about going into orchestra as a career, or I mean violin, and that's why Brown drove me away from it when the ones enrolled first told me about Super Glue, because I had a full ride to go there if I took the offer, and I didn't take the offer because they made violin sound like the least fun that you could ever have in your life anymore. And I have sheet music of Nick just putting together the Mario Brothers theme just for us, you know, goofing around. And it was just, I'm not saying all work has to be fun, it's just I got no good tips when I went over. I talked to currently enrolled students and wanted to know, like, what would it take to accept a full ride from Brown? What would they actually expect from me? And it was a lot. And I didn't want it to become that. Violin had always been like the safe space for me. And basically they were telling me that was going to go away and it was hold on. I can no longer get crates. Let me quickly go get medicine and everything, and then I'll play Hungry Kitty. $200 alert. Thank you so much. I'll be right back. Okay. Thank you.
We chose violence.
Oh God.
You guys were right here. You're participants because you didn't stop me. I can't. My brain. I did it the other way. Oh. Get it. Fuck you. Fuck off. Suck my left nut. Suck it. Make me come a second time. Suck the right one. Get my juices. It's not my baby. You should have spit. It's not always about the idea of quitting. Suck it hard. Hate that puzzle.
I hope your dad has a swift recovery.
I appreciate that. I almost say your real name all the time. Thank you. I forgot that. Oh yeah, by the way, for those who know about celiac, or for those that know about celiac or gluten sensitivity, you see me eating bread. This is called this is just referred to as glutening somebody. I'm having to ingest gluten for 6 to 8 weeks, or until I really just drop over sideways from it. Because I had already been gluten-free when they took samples, and now they're concerned about some of the results because of what they did in 2018, not gelling or whatever. They need me to actually eat gluten. It makes me feel awful. It is horrible. I realize that a lot of my symptoms actually do sound more like gluten sensitivity, which is good for permanent damage and is bad for everything else. But at the same time, it would make every single thing I've presented as a symptom explained, except for the damaging to my small intestines. So I'm seeing where they're in a pickle, because they can only explain one thing again. And they think they might have found a misdiagnosis, but it's not. I don't think. We'll see. I don't know. I'm just going through with it. It means I can have gluten again for right now, but I need at minimum 2 grams of gluten. 10 grams of gluten a day. An average slice of bread only has 2 grams. So I'm going from eating 0 gluten and avoiding it at all costs because my body is absolutely not tolerating it well, to I have complex carbs again at my disposal that's not like rice and stuff like that. I mean, I've got I spaced out for a GCD. That's gonna cost me. It's really hard to describe in this game that if you miss just one little thing, it can cost you. Yeah, well, see, from what I understand, the records of me having celiac are actually technically inconclusive, because while she did the visual inspection when she scoped me, the biopsy didn't call for them to have it officially like something, but you just have to throw that shit under a microscope and you can figure it out. So basically the blood work and everything said I had it. But the most recent test that they did, the reason they've been so hesitant on results and answers and everything has been directly proportional to them believing they've gotten out. If I'm gluten sensitive and not celiac, it explains everything else I've needed to go to the doctor for, down to the smallest little detail, except the idea that my intestines are a fucking freak show. which when a doctor has to do, you know, go through that kind of stuff and figure all that out, being able to figure out just like, do I have a different autoimmune disease that would make my intestines swell like that? Do I have something else going on? Is a far sight better than them having to know that me diagnosed with celiac does not answer basically anything with me. So I think it's them balking at the idea. Wow. Wow. Just wipe it. Wipe it. Wipe it. Wipe it. Reset. Wow. They're not resetting. They're just letting this go. Oh, the music I kicked off so you guys could hear that announcement. Here's the anxiety music back. But I'm just here on the ground. I can tell you right now, you're about to see Enrage. There's no way in hell these people can actually pull this one out of their ass. There's no way in hell people can pull this one out of their ass. Because this is bullshit. This can't be done. So... let's see. Up and going up. I don't want to brag, but... I am very much aware that I'm about as good as it's going to come when it comes to a Reaper in this game. You're not going to get too many that can out-damage me. If I'm saying I can't meet a DPS check, we should probably reset. We should go on my gut intuition on this one. I saw something happen, and I'll say that I'm highly invested right now in the tomfoolery. Two people just hit bubbles. Okay. So this is going, this is about as bad as it can get. I like to be optimistic. So, you know, this is the worst that it'll get. Okay, they're gonna try to prove me wrong. They're gonna try to prove me wrong, but they can fuck off. I don't make me pull this one out of my ass. I don't want to pull this one out of my ass. This is now doable again. This is actually doable again. I'm not taking back what I said, but this is doable again. You can so that you can exit that phase that we're just in because you meet the DPS check. And we didn't I forgot that we've been forcing our way out of it a tad early. So we're going on the idea that this is possible because we've been doing well with DPS. And we're just gonna go from there and hope no one else screws anything up horribly. Right, cast that shit. Pick my battles here. So I gave the healers a harder time, but it was only a flesh wound. There we go. I can't get anything anymore. Oh my god, thank you, Alyssa. Thank you. Hold on.
We chose violence. You guys were right here. You're participants because you didn't stop me.
Thank you.
I can't. My brain. I did it the other way. I did it the other way. Oh.
Thank you, Alyssa.
Get it. Fuck you. Fuck off. Suck my left nut. Suck it. Make me come a second time. Suck the right one. Get my juices. It's not my baby. It's not my baby. You should have spit. It's not always about the idea of quitting. Suck it hard. Ah. Hate that puzzle.
Don't mind me. I just wanted to hear that soundbite again while I'm at work.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, don't say all of this over a puzzle. Listen, that puzzle had it out for me. that puzzle. Okay, in my defense, I don't rage at games. That puzzle's stupid. The puzzle's just stupid. That's not my fault. Stupid isn't my fault. It was I messed up the damn stone tablet puzzle in Resident Evil 4 Remake. Oh god. And I 100% can say this with absolute, every ounce of my body has certainty when I say this. I don't remember any part of saying that. I don't remember any of that. I think I privatized it so that it could be hid behind that. No. I'll make it I need to make it into a short, but not the whole sound bit because it's inappropriate. No, it wasn't my it's not my baby. Should have spit. It's not my baby. As in, like, my brain went. I know what my brain thought. Here's what happened. My lapse in that thing when everyone went. That should be a new clip. I quite literally went from finishing the puzzle and saying "fuck you" to the puzzle. I don't remember any more of that until I threw the headphones at the chair and realized that the headphones could actually get damaged, and then I couldn't find my controller
which I had already by that point set down in the hallway right outside the office. That's how much I just wasn't with it. So we all re-listened to it, and I had to find out, and then everyone agreed that it should be set double to the Biggie sound, so it becomes a nice little treat and a rarity for everyone. Because I don't know all the reasoning behind it. I just listened to you guys. That sound bit made your whole night. Oh my god. I know my thinking was just, if there's semen involved, it's not my baby. And you should have, I mean, let's not dissect my entirety of who I am based on one sound clip. It's I might have lost my fucking mind. So I mean, yeah, I mean, you know, everyone loses their mind every now and then. It's not my baby. Hold on. Search for these items. I have one in my saddlebag. Okay, my samurai. Come here, samurai. I haven't seen your weapon drop. You get a weapon. My samurai doesn't have his wolf tail right now because he's wearing this cloak. He doesn't even have his fiery sword. He has the glowy sword. And I'll change that back. We're never gonna survive unless we get a little crazy. No, we're never gonna survive unless we get a little crazy. Maybe my ninja. What up, my ninja? No, I actually use my machinist. I got the void times. I got that. I got even a rod. I got the sword. I got the pendulum swings. Watch it tick by as the pendulum swings. Okay. So machinist and ninjas. So machinist, hey machinist, come out here. My machinist looks dapper. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I need to put the correct shoes on it, but look, I look like a dapper individual. I look like I'm armored but highly stylized. I look like I'm at a Final Fantasy VIII about right now. I usually wear brown as my machinist or my ranged melee. I usually wear brown, but I don't know. This just works. This works for me. I like the look. I'm my own person. I can do whatever the fuck I want. My mommy told me I was a big boy. Now I just have to figure out what to do with all the other shit that I've got on me. Binkus boinkus. But okay, are any of these ones that I don't need these technically? I need the big boy materials. I don't need these. I mean, they'd sell for quite a bit. Oh no. I don't want to have to go to my own home world again just to offload some of the shit I've got so far. I don't want to go to my home world. No, I'm on the grind out for gear world. Yeah, I can get rid of these. Saddle bag is full. I know. I'm discarding these for right now. I mean, but forever. For right now, I mean, but forever now. And I don't know. I know these don't belong. All right. That works. Because I still want to be able to get another coffer, and then another other coffer. And then whatever other, if the ninja blades drop my way, so I need room for that. And then everything else there is fine. So a coffer that goes in here, and then, you know, something that I haven't already collected. And then, like, my weaponry collection is fine. I still have not seen the whistle to get that mount drop yet. You guys have now seen me beat it a few times. That fight is going to drive me up a wall. Also, the savage fight for 4 hours until reset. I gotta finish my book. Oh, hold on. Oh, hold the phone. I ran out of time.
of being able to do whatever on this. I don't want to do a crystalline conflict. I need 3. I can do 1 roll for second chance. I need to redo Howling Eye. Second chance, retry Howling Eye. Excuse me, I have to do something important real quick. I need free experience for whatever. Don't worry about me. Hey, are you DPS? Yes, you are? Cool. All right, I stole your shit. I did do the whirling thing, right? No, Howling Eye. Ooh, perfect time. My little boy is calling. Hold on. That's a tough thing. My son right now is he spent the day with his okay, my ex-father-in-law is, if nothing else, extremely resilient, and I have no idea. But he is extremely resilient. He apparently was up and walking. His knee was septic. They had to, and he was walking with I'm assuming it's against doctor's orders that he's up and walking. My son just spent the day with my ex-wife Mel's father, because he's also he is dying. He's in the last stages of his cancer, and there's nothing that can be done. And it is one of those points that is getting toward like any day now type deal. And and I feel really bad for my son because he has to deal with all these things happening, including that. Like he said he was a bit bored there, but like the tone in his voice, I can tell. We had to have a little talk before he left about like he doesn't have much time, so like you can't complain about small things. But I hate it for my son right now that my son is having to go through so much. Oh my god, if I shuffle again, I've got to do Crystalline Conflict really quickly before I get back to it. Please be better. Okay, you know what? It's worth it. Second chance, retry this. Cool. Alright. And I ganked this fight. Hey, my blue mage can quickly do a thing. I have to do a 5-minute match now, or maybe less. A Crystalline Conflict to finish the book out. Because I forgot to do that. It's one of the ways to get experience in this game. Rowan just opened it up. This is supposed to be a fight that, you know, if you do it synced at level, it'd be... This is the extreme fight. This is just like the fight I was just doing is an extreme fight. This is a level 50 extreme fight that I just one-shot by doing a move that kills it and me at the same time. Because Blue Mage, this is why they're not allowed in normal content. They might be a little overpowered. Yay! Okay, I got one. I'm not going to get the gold this week, but I don't have time. All right. for Crystalline Conflict, I am. Yeah, that is me doing it unsynced extreme fight. That is just as extreme. It's actually harder than the fight I'm doing right now to do all the mechanics. And I could just one-shot it as a blue mage. But I have to now, because I to fill out Chloe's book, I need to change to Dragoon. I gotta go do PvP for a 5-minute match, and then I'm back at what I was doing. Am I leveling Black Mage? Yeah. I have every single job at least at level 70. Before Dawn Trail, I plan on having all jobs at 90. I have all crafters at 90. Blacksmith, armor, and goldsmith are the ones the three I specialize in. Or my specialty, whatever's. So I have everything leveled. A lot of my crafting stuff got leveled over time with turn-ins. So yeah. And my Fisher got leveled exclusively from turn-ins, which means that my Fisher retainer only brings me back really, really good items. Because your retainer can only bring back things you fished up. So I decided to go level the Fisher all the way to 90 without touching an item, so they could only bring me things like the urban coat and things like that. They're capable of bringing those back. So I did a thing with that. See, my Dragoon looks Dragoony. Look, it's dragon skin. My lance from last tier. All right, one quick PvP match that I probably won't do so well in. Casual match, cool. Casual, super cash, yo. Guzzle some water while I'm at it, and then I'm right back at what I was doing before. Hey, JP. Hey, Shadow. Did I ever officially say hi, or have I just been talking back to the things you're saying? Freddy, hi. If I didn't say hi, Sarcasm, I said hi. If your mom has stopped by, hi, Sarcasm's mom. I'm glad your mom stops by. You know why I'm glad? Because she very much is proud that she is so proud that you absolutely get your sense of humor from her. That's a proud mom, and I'm all for proud moms being here. But she's your sense of humor, and then to have a mom that's like, oh no, he gets it from me. It's like, oh, okay. It's like that sounds like a move I'd pull, because I know that I'd absolutely. My son has a pretty dark sense of humor every now and then, and will make some jokes that are just out of the blue, and it's really hard to, it sounds like it belongs under the handle on like the subreddit where you like shit my kid didn't actually say, whatever that thing is. But my son actually does say it and has said it on camera on live streams. He said some of the things he thinks. He's just really shy about it. He doesn't like people repeating what he says, so I have to write it down afterwards in secret. I will fully take credit for what he says like 90% of the time. I would 90% of the time deny the shit that you say, Sarcasm. And your mom, like, it wholeheartedly is like, no. She's basically like, I'm the original. I'm the OG. Hey, wish you didn't have you look. I feel like I must have done something wrong with my kind of luck. Ooh, were they not watching? Nope, I got paralyzed. Oh, I thought the healer had me. Oh, everyone else got shielded. I missed the shield. I should have been mashing my recuperate. Hey, Sarcasm's mom. I keep thinking of Hamilton lyrics of like, pride is not the word I'm looking for. And it's like, okay. Wow. Do you limit break on me? All right, this will be a fast match. I win or lose, I just need the match over. It's a casual match. I don't care. When I sign up for a casual match, I know it's a bunch of casuals. I have never said anything inappropriate here. Just ask the mods. You're really banking that the mods are not here right now, aren't you? You would only make a statement like that if you knew the mods were not currently here. I raised you, I know better. There you go. See? Oh, Fire's here. Oh, you got the wrong mod too. Fire remembers all. Jeffrey's here. You guys are the ones that have the good memory. Bubble up, bitch. Yeah, well, match over. Just let it end. Let it end. All right. And I get my Wondrous Tales, and I get credit for it, even if I lose. I won't blame it on a crappy team, but man, was that team shit. No, I won't blame it on a crappy team. And then, since Black Mage was just brought up, I will get Black Mage to 71 so I can go into Boja. So, why I just did that was because you have a way to get free experience once a week with Wondrous Tales. For 2 weeks, you can get it. I only got the one line, so I can pick from one of these three things. I'll get the MGP. I can get the Time War map. Yeah. And it's just free experience sitting on the table as long as you just do a few things that you could probably one-shot or do really, really fast. So I just try to remember to do it every week, and you get big experience. Yeah. Mods don't need to say anything in it, so it begins. Okay. No. You screwed, man. I don't know what to dress my Black Mage up into when they got higher, and I haven't made a glam officially for it, so... Oh my god. Are you telling me I need to actually go do that shit, but because the new mount for wings is actually just growing wings and flying? That's so bullshit. You're telling me that the Criterion dungeon actually gives you the mount of flying? Such bullshit. But I want to fly. I don't want to hang on something. I want to just fly with wings. And you're telling me that there's a way in this game to now fly with wings. Damn it. Is it one of these by chance? Nope. It's not the Saboteur, Wondrous Lantern. Nope. It's not any of these. Minion. Unflinching. These are minions. Yeah. Alright. Black Mage. Oh, wait. I don't need to worry about that. Black Mage. Hand over a journal. And then I get to choose, like, give me the map. Give me the MGP. Who cares? Accept. And now I'm level 71. Now, 71 is the baseline for going into a place called Boja, where I can give me about an hour and I can get any job from 71 to 80 in Boja. Give me another hour and I can get any job from about 80 to about 85 to 87. Because I've about maxed out Boja stuff. So, you know, I've got only Astro will get next week's book, and then I'll just go into Boja and just do shit. No, is the game muted? I probably muted it because of that sound alert. The game is muted. Sorry. So yeah. And now that I've got that under control and remembered that, back to doing the shit I was doing. Please, can you extract materia that's useful for me since I'm working with limited space? That one was useful to me. Thank you for listening. I want the biggies. I don't want the 9s right now. I'm not pentamelding anything. I should just go back to my home world, but I'm not going to. I'm being stubborn. Yeah, I don't need 9 right now. Even in the next expansion, I might need a lot of 9s in pentameld early on. But I won't. I probably won't. I probably won't pentameld. In the next expansion, Dawn Trail, I'll probably just do the best I can to immediately get into endgame and beat stuff not pentamelded. I'll just be good at my job. That's probably the easiest way to get around pentamelds. Being good at job. Which, it's not to diss every other person that's not good at it, but it is a small way of saying that I'm pretty damn good at what I do try to put my mind to in this game. I am no slouch. There is a freaking website devoted to like showing people, like, I see the pros and cons of the website. There's a website for this game that you can bring up. And I guess I can just bring it up because there's nothing against TOS about just bringing up a website. That's called FF Logs. It shows you fights I've done, the damage I've done, the party makeup I've done, how many times I've died and everything per fight. Gives you averages. FF Logs isn't explained well enough. A lot of people abuse the website. They judge other people when they shouldn't be judging them by the website. That's when I think being able to log what happens in a fight and then use it against somebody is bullshit. And you can sign in with your character and make it so your character is invisible on FF Logs so people can't do that to you. Which, if you're really just trying to have fun with this game, I really encourage to do. Like, because if anyone does that to you, it's bullshit. They're a bullshit person and they should absolutely feel awful for them being an asshole. That's just my humble opinion. There are assholes in this game who will absolutely, it's called color checking. And I don't want to bring it up right here, but you can see it for yourself if you go on to FF Logs. You can look up my character's name, and you'll see that, like, I have pretty colors, and it's called color checking. You'll see parse parties, and they call them bars so that it's not picked up. You can see from that website that, yes, it's not that I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm just good. No, I'm top echelon. In general, on any fight, there's probably going to be only 5% of Reapers that can beat me at it. With the new standard of the damage you do alone, like, the new standard of CDPS of the damage you do by yourself with everything else nixed out. On Golbez's fight, I've scored a perfect 100, meaning that at that moment when I did that fight, of the 11,000 other people that I was being judged against, I'm the best in the game at being able to do the damage without anyone's help of, like, buffs. So, like, a dancer, if they tag you as dance partner, you get, like, extra 5% damage and things like that, blah, blah, blah. With all those stripped away of just purely what I can do on my own, you're looking at, I'm a top tier Reaper type deal. Like, I'm not the meme Reaper of, like, oh god, it's a Reaper in a party. They must not know how to do what they're doing. However, that website is a two-way street and people abuse it and really don't, because that website, you can take it and you can plug things in and see, like, how the fight went and see where you could have done better. Because it's like, sometimes you don't understand, like, why didn't I do so well? And you realize you had, like, an ability open, and you can go in there, and there's a second website that I forgot the name of that you can compare the two and be like, oh, I had an ability that would have saved my ass if I would have used that, and I forgot about something like that. And I think that's really, really cool to be able to do. I know why Yoshi P and the creators of this game completely hate those websites. I usually hate them too, because people use them for bad reasons. But also, like, if you want to feel like you're doing better at a game and get instant feedback, it would be one of the best places to do so with. with all that said, that's my humble brag way of saying, like, I can prove that I'm decent at, or better than decent. I'm really damn good at Reaper, and still, shit happens. My littermate has declared a curse. It just got to stick together. So this is from both badges. Thank you, Kelsey. I appreciate that. Let me get back into the thick of it. I'm at the Cackpot. I'm in Marmar, looking to do a few runs. Let's go. They're saying looking to do a few runs, 3 to 6. Cool. Let's do it. Let's see if I can get a special event, because I think my challenge log for the week for getting Cackpot stuff. Oh no. If I do one more dungeon as a class that actually needs it and vote in it, I get free experience. Oh, I need to go Astro. I need to go Astro into something and do a quick dungeon before it runs out. Oh, come on. I will do a low-level dungeon as Astro.
Do not look at my little bean.
Oh my God,
Your
that
dirty
scared me.
eyes.
Thank you, thank you.
has declared his cursed BS got to stick together, so this is from both badgers.
I appreciate it from both badgers over there, Kelsey. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate that. You know what I can do right now? I can go wreck some fates and then do the last one as a do the very last fate as a Astro. So where do I want to wreck some fates? Where are some easy fates? My son found a little nest of easy fates. I think it's over. Is it Camp Dragonhead? I'll see you in a second. Fire, why? Hey, while I'm here, I can always visit the grave of a certain character and make people who have played this game have PTSD. My son, by the way, played a certain part of this game that made me stop playing for a week because it hurt my soul. There is a certain character death in this game that really hurt. My son has can have a heart of steel. He went through that and I was like, oh, you got through the part, and I was like, yeah. I was like, what did you think of it? He's like, oh, this character dead, whatever. And I was sitting there going, oh my God, how did you think that? But he's his own person, like he can think whatever he wants to. But I'm over there going, Jesus. I took a break from the game. It hurt so bad. It just hurt so bad. So if I do these fates and then the last one, I get an experience buff. If I do it as Astro. I come into Sarcasm's chest, I'm short. Send my Chocobo at it. By throwing the magic balls. I don't want to fight everyone. I stay out of the fight. I send my Chocobo into it. And my Chocobo can't gain aggro. And I just have to bust the crates open. Alright, there's one. Oh. Looks like we're starting. Should I probably... Rationing manual... Gear maintenance, not spirit bonding, because I don't want to spirit bond any faster. I need to go to my home world. Give me one moment. Is one moment enough, or is this the 3? Is this 1 or the 3? The Stormcaller. Okay, I think I could beat this one real fast. Yeah. Okay. Y'all be tripping if you can do anything to me. Alright.
By the way, the links I'm writing right now, this is the one of Righteous Fire. When I say I'm missing 2 mounts and it drops 1 mount, it's a mount that would look a lot like this, but isn't quite this. So they're cool mounts. Hey, Anakin, what's going on? My arms are a bit longer because I should have been a bit taller, but they're not as long as... They're not long enough to show how tall I really should have been in the long run. Or maybe it just shows that I would have been a certain height that I would have been completely happy with. The only reason I'm not ever happy with my height would only be because of people ever pointing out that I could have been even taller. It's no longer because I'm actually the height I am. I don't care about that. All right, now it's time for more anxiety music. Hopefully this party doesn't have a freaking DPS that keeps messing my steeds. Ooh. Black Mage and Machinist, they don't give party buffs for damage. Samurais don't either. It's all based on individual damage. This means it's a good party. Anyone can drop dead and it doesn't matter. And I can do my own thing. I don't have to align my 2-minute buffs with anybody else. White Mage can buff. Okay, I don't have to align it with anyone else. I can just do my shit. Yeah. Yeah. This music is truly the first one extreme to give me anxiety. I wonder if I could skip right from doing this to going back and trying to do Golbez. How many people would actually be interested to see if I could skip from this fight and immediately do another fight that's just not, that I actually find more difficult than this one, that I haven't done in at least 4 months, maybe 5, 4, something like that. It'd be like playing a memory game. Like observation duty type memory. Yeah, I did mean to play more observation duty tonight. I did mean to post Slay the Princess. I hope everyone can understand that's here that my mind was consumed with other things. Slay the Princess is still up on the screen over there. I'm gonna break it up into 4 parts. There's no pattern. I'm gonna break it up into 4 parts so the ending can be its own thing, because I'm actually going to possibly look out for other endings that I might have missed. And because of that, since I know I'm gonna have to get extra footage for that, I'm gonna let it be its own thing. If that makes sense. Really? I got that's called getting snapshotted. Clean break. I'm starting to second guess myself. Oh, I saw something about a headache. I hope it's not too bad. Eating gluten has finally given me more headaches back. I do not envy headaches. I never have. Uh-oh. They had it, and then they barely moved too much. They had it.
And no one fall and get hurt, please. I've already used up more than 100 potions. I was at 999. Oh my god. I've been going hard at this fight. I've not seen one Link's flute drop. Not a singular one. I can't believe I haven't even seen one. The drop rate is that low. Statistically speaking, if a drop rate is about 5%, going through 50 fights doesn't mean I should have seen it yet. I know statistics are a pain in the ass, but that just means that maybe I see, you know, the average of 5 on the back end, and it'd still be a 5% drop rate. I'm missing Golbez and this one. I got the other Lynxes. I farmed it so I had the totems just in case. The only one that I didn't get the straight up drop on was Rubicante. I eventually got the drop on all of the rest of them. But I did not get Rubicante's drop, and I did not feel like going back into his fight later on. Rubicante's fight was a pain for me. Probably one of the only fights I can say was just straight up pain. And then I start going into salad scooter mode just because I need to move now. Oh, Samurai! Anonymous, thank you so much. I wish my bot would tell people in the chat. When people do things. Someone anonymous just did that. Thank you.
We would like to buy one child, please!
I'm gonna use another program to actually see when those things come in anymore. Because the one I'm using, it just is not working. To be able to talk in the chat about what happens here, there is another way to do it, and I need to figure it out. Bye, Kelsey. Thank you so much for being here. Hey, True Devil Fox. Oh, someone's talking about their pingus and lags. I had a feeling someone was pulling early. Get some early sight working. My brain will reactivate all neurons once something goes sideways. If the fight goes tits up, then I absolutely pay way more attention. I also realize this fight's short enough that I shouldn't use a potion at the beginning because you can only use them to get 2 off. Better to use it in my 2-minute burst window twice. This fight is a really short comparatively to a lot of extremes. And I'm surprised at it. My heart rate's still getting up. Alright. Alright. And turn the camera around. It always gotta be west I have to go. But it's whether, and there's 2 going towards the north, so you north wall that you hug. It's not really a wall, is it? I get the feeling that this is one of those times where YouTubers who made guides said a term once and now it's just going to be stuck as the thing that we all say. Like a wall to a wall-less arena. We're smart. We're gamers. Let's go. I'm hoping things turn out well for my dad as well. Because I am just very much not mentally prepared for him to be dead. I really need my dad to be alive for another Christmas or 2 or 3, please. I know you're supposed to bury your parents. Counterpoint, when I had that belief and I first realized that, I had a sibling that would be by my side when I did it. So, you know. Wish me like they're already playing Christmas music. Oh God. No. I never ever condone murder like that. But I would absolutely want to unalive some people if they were playing Christmas music in my presence already, before we celebrated Stomp on Your Lands and Take Your Shit, but thank you for feeding us one time day. Or, I'm sorry, Thanksgiving. Like, a month of having to deal with that, and then people still have the 12 days of Christmas, which I apparently realized that most people didn't know was, you know, a thing. Epiphany is a thing. 12 days of Christmas because not all the wise men showed up on the same day. mean, they traveled from quite a long distance. I don't know why the stories all make it sound like they all got there at the same day. They definitely did not. So I mean, there's a month and a half already built into the holiday because of after Christmas, things still needing to be up. By the way, I just want to say for anybody that thinks they're getting away with not saying Christmas by putting Xmas, I got really bad news for you. I talked about it recently, but I didn't realize how prevalent this was. I talked to somebody about this recently. X is short for used because it's shortened for the first letter used to spell Jesus' name as Christo in Greek. So if you say Xmas, you're still saying Christmas or Christmas. It's just X has been used as an abbreviation for a long ass time. Is it the Greek letter chi? Chi is the first letter used to spell. My brain all of a sudden forgot Greek. I'm a little better with Greek than that usually. That and Greco-Latin roots, those are being more playing towards my stronger suits. Pattern. Yeah. And she is the first letter in spelling Christ in Greek. So you're still spelling out Christ. I don't know how people thought that was getting away from doing that. Hey, Fei Fei. I will figure out how to put text back in, stuff back in chat soon enough. Because I feel like a jerk pausing alerts, knowing now alerts are not being... Like, if I pause alerts, there's not a thing saying, like, thank you, so that everyone knows that someone did something. It makes me feel really, really bad. I already feel bad enough. And that makes me feel bad. I need to fix that. You're chasing Nox. It didn't have to be like that. You're allowed to... I thought melee got up. I'm starting to learn that I believe they really do expect melee to actually adjust. Melee adjust down. I shouldn't have expected the party I cleared with, or the first party I ever farmed with, to be the norm for this fight. Because this is not the first time that's happened. So, duly noted. If I look across and I see there's a tank, I need to adjust. And if there's another melee, then we both fucking scream. If it's just two melee, fucking panic. I'm gonna have to LD it, apparently. I'll do it when I damn well feel like it, though. Damn well feel like it. I'm gonna burst first. I almost had to save the spot to use it. Now. This is my safe spot. I'm a good melee. I did it right. 27, that won't win. 7, that won't win. 39, that won't win. Somebody left. Is this the Stormcaller? Okay. Excuse me. I got to level sync and beat the shit out of you. It's nothing against you. It's just everything is against you. My Astro needs me to beat the shit out of you. It's Astro, right? Okay. Now I have to go find a fate. If I could change my fate. I have never seen Brave. And I don't think I've never seen it front to back. I've seen parts of it. I don't think I ever want to because I like the meme version of it in my head probably better than I'd actually like Brave. Like the meme that my brain has come up with, I think I like better. I don't know what the real meme is supposed to look. I've just heard people say it over and over, and now I've got this picture of a redhead being talked to with an accent. Talking about if you could change your fate, would you? All right, what did I say I was gonna do this on? Who gets it? Astro. Let me just switch over to Astro. You know, the poor bastard child down here that's not getting any love. I can't remember how to Astro. Oh yeah, I have my ability. Oh, I can give myself a card. Uh-oh. Where's my give myself a card button? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Come on. Oh, come on. How do I... Oh, it's just... I'm an idiot. Thanks for giving me the balance. Thank you, JP. I am doing all the things just to keep my mind occupied. I didn't occupy my mind enough earlier, and apparently it went off the rails a little. Is this as much as you need, please? Oh, my dad. Why? Oh. I'm supposed to go buy aggroing monsters for this because they're jerks. They don't the ones on the ground don't respawn. I have to get all the way over there without getting aggro. Okay, my minion will fight that. A chocobo. A minion? Okay. Bubbling spring. Please, before refill. Let me get the last one. Someone said be right back. That's my key. Get my Astro to where it can be in Boja. Please. Just over the heads a little bit. Is this enough for you? Oh my god. You picky bastard. I can't use AoE. Alright, some of them are respawning though. Oh. I have not perfected Astro in any way, shape, or form because I'm waiting for it to be retooled. For 7.0. For fuck's sake. Really? There's one that respawned over there? Let me just have this. My Astro needs it so badly. Water Sprite, don't. Don't at me. Thank you. Astro gets the experience. Oh.
Oh, I feel like I accomplished something and all I did was beat a fate. If I could beat a fate, I just have to let the clock run out. 30 seconds. In that 30 seconds, I can do many things like, there's so much time I can't really even describe what I can do. I could, it's 15 seconds left, I guess. I can chew on another piece of bread. God, I'm realizing that the gluten does give me headaches. In your face. Yeah! Okay, finally. Thank you, dear Lord. Wait, that needed to be repaired? That means I've never used it. That means that's the first time I've probably used it as an Astro. That shouldn't have needed to be repaired. So close to being able to take everything into Boja and just rack up levels. Where do I want to go to? Return. Razatan? Okay. I will make everyone else regret Razatan music by that little jingle that it plays over and over, the jingle jam. Oh, I can't believe, though, that the better version of this weapon, he's using it too. The better version of my weapon is behind Criterion Variant Dungeon Savage. It is probably the most badass looking Reaper weapon. It's this, but it's got like my Kina Scythe's glow. That means nothing to most of you people, so visuals help. My Kina Scythe looks like this. And when I enshroud, it looks like it's an extension of my going all ghouly ghasty thing. Now, to take that scythe's aesthetic of the blade and to put it on the blade of the scythe I have right now is probably the most badass weapon you could get as a Reaper. And it's locked behind something that I haven't practiced and I need to whatever on. Good night, Sarcasm Mom. The Sopranos are such a good show. I've never watched Supernatural. Sopranos is so good. It's so good, in fact, that by the time you finish it, you're gonna be super pissed because it's so good. That doesn't spoil anything. That is one of the few shows that I sat on the couch just like looking at while watching it, ready to strangle actors all the way until the end. And then I decided I would just strangle everybody. That's normal, right? Do we have another dancer join? Oh wait, well, if the samurai does their job, does the samurai die? I enjoyed The Sopranos too. I mean, that's just an honest thing for me. It's like Sons of Anarchy. Sons of Anarchy made me swing wildly from depressed to also I want to strangle people. Breaking Bad is the only one that just got me intrigued by the idea of the premise of it. Made no strangulation needed. Sons of Anarchy had a great run. I enjoyed that too. Supernatural is good if you're into stuff like that. I don't know what kind of stuff I need to be into, but maybe. I don't like Twilight. Does that count? Sons of Anarchy is a very good, like, I can suggest it without having to put a caveat of, oh, but this or that or the other. Like, no, Sons of Anarchy is just straight up a good show. It is not Twilight. Okay. Like Ghosts and stuff.
Well, I mean, it depends on how they're portrayed. I like a lot of fiction that delves into the idea of ghostly ghouls and whatnot. They're brothers who hunt monsters. I mean, that could be a good. I'm sure if Kevin and I were still close contact all the time, I think he works on set or worked or does work. Because when he did Stranger Things, I think he also worked with Supernatural. Isn't Supernatural a lot of it produced here in Georgia as well? If it is, then yes, Kevin, absolutely. If not, if he's my friend Kevin is in the credits of Stranger Things, so that's the easier one to tell people I'm not bullshitting. Like when I've been able to have contact with random ass like celebrities and things, I'm not bullshitting. And then the person I'm referencing is in the credits. Season 2 by mid show, he's in credits from there into season 4 because he became he got a bigger title, and that title gets you in the credits for the show. So what he was doing before for Grip does not get you credit, but when you become I want to call it busboy, but what is it called? They have a colloquial term for it. It was filmed in Canada. I must be thinking of something else. He's in credits for something else now. Maybe it's not Supernatural. I thought it was another S show. Because Stranger Things, he did Walking Dead, that led him to Stranger Things. Can't say for sure. But Canada is technically America. Canada is only American in the idea that Americans like wearing hats. Because it's America's hat. But the United Kingdom, whose full title is the United Kingdom of Great Britain, definitely disagrees with that sentiment of us owning Canada. They treated countries like Pokemon. They got to catch them all. Yes, it does. Yes, it does, Faye. Well, you know, there's animosity that goes a long way for a lot of things. It's not like surprising. I would never hear that kind of sentiment and be like, oh, I was caught off guard. Someone took it for the team. Never punished. Oh God, should have been punished. Never punished. Ooh, fork lightning. Oh, there's an Astro throwing some cards in the group. I just noticed that. Aww. Give me the... I got the balance or something. Does Astro's ability to do the full heal on Zeromus actually work? Because it's based on how much damage that their shield takes. Technically, we go to 0. Is it like P3S? But P3S, you literally took the damage. This just drops you to 0. It might be different. I messed up my rotation. I don't care. Stream is to take my mind off of things. So I should be paying attention to things like I screwed up my rotation. What? I got a snapshot in a really awkward place. That one was a justified snapshot. Too late to LB, bro. LB. Nope. Hey, I got a copper. Yay. Catch 'em all. The items. I need to go back to my own world servers sometime after this. Okay. Yay, we're speeding through them. Wait. Someone leaving? Alright, someone's not ready. I was about to say, they can't pop the coffer. I got the copper. I got too much shit. Bow, 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 bow. Wow, 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 wow. Bow, bow. Hey, I get dance partnered again. I gotta make it a clean fight. Whenever you're dance Oh wow. Sarcasm. I read that as, I don't know what context that is in, but that's... Ouch. Has anyone that doesn't know this game started seeing the pattern to this chaos? It's not as chaotic. It looks like utter chaos, but it's not quite as chaotic as you originally would think. Because it looks like there's a pattern to it. I mean, it can still be chaos, but you recognize that there's some shit that appears on the screen pretty consistently. I'm that way when learning fights like this. I wonder if other people record their attempts at what they do and take notes from it. When I realize that the shit happening is starting to have some consistency. Oh, I'm by far not hitting random buttons. It is really weird to see Zeromus, having played Final Fantasy IV as a kid. It is a weird thing to see Zeromus like fully modeled. And I mean, I've got the artwork to a lot of these things. Oh, come on, please move. Tank. Thumpy. How many do I actually have to do to have the tomes? 5 more. I've killed it 40 times. 5 more, and if I just want to wait about 5 months, I can just buy the damn mount. What's killing me? So you can't. You saw that there's someone who had a line stretching to him, and it had a red ants crawling outline. That meant it was going to collide with another meteor and make every single meteor on the screen blow up, instant fail. They have to find a blank spot, but you also have to stretch your tether out that your So when that thing happens and we're all have something connected to us that we're stretching out, we're having to stretch it out far enough that instead of it being a bunch of little arrows that show like the middle lane of the thing we're stretching crawling toward us, it turns into a normal line that's just there, like a normal dotted line. If there's a bunch of arrows in succession pointing at you, it means you'll die from that. It means you can't stretch the tether far enough to live through it. So, usually if you can't find a place to put your meteor, just go ahead and die by getting hit by it. But they had a place to put it in, they just needed to back up like an inch and didn't. They had a completely red outline, which means it's a fail. Because they were going to collide with the meteor that's already on the screen. Good night, Vegeta. Thank you for being here. That was laggy. Oh, that was some Pingus McFlingus right there. You going to bed too, Sarcasm? Good night, Sarcasm. Thank you for being here. I plan on streaming until my brain stops trying to brain completely. I'm afraid to be quite honest, I'm afraid to be alone with my own thoughts right now. I'm really a little too much. And this is at least productive from the side of what I'd like to accomplish in this game when it comes to my channel. Alright, see that one on the right? She's gonna die. It didn't get stretched out all the way. You gotta stretch it out. One time that she's gonna want it stretched out like that. I screwed that up. Just gonna have to let that combo drop off. Screw that up. I do like finding new ways to unfuck a fight. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody else, but I always count on tomfoolery being a thing that can happen. And so I do like the idea of messing up to see how, like, in what way can I rebound from this type deal. Because if let's say I did this fight like 20 times in a row perfectly, that's actually bad for my brain. Because I'm no longer enough on my toes that, you know, I'm in Party Finder. It's rando people. I mean, one of those rando people didn't heal the tank enough.
LB3. LB3. Healer got it. LB3. Get the tower, get the tower, get the tower, get the tower. Okay, nope. Death approaches. That was not meant to be. That was... I wonder if anyone leaves. It's usually on the third wipe to something that somebody... Yeah, it tracks how much you watch. That's why every blue moon, people that don't realize that, like, that I do know a few lurkers, I don't point them out. But I do have, since it does keep track of that, it no longer uses the very outdated algorithm of keeping up with it by someone has to chat first or say something. So every now and then I know people are here, and I'm usually trying to be extremely respectful of the idea of they didn't say anything, they didn't necessarily, you know, lurk away. I'd actually have to physically go looking for it. Those points should be used on the channel. I should make it as something. But I think some people have just gotten really, like, into collector mode with the points. I don't think there's some people I don't think I could convince to spend them ever. Unless there was something they desperately wanted. And it makes me scared what GJD might desperately want. Given that he's got some of the biggest stockpiles. And GJD sent me Catwoman. And GJD sent me Maleficent, I think. Not GJD. GJD I'm also scared of. I meant Sarcasm. Sarcasm sent me those things. I'm scared of Sarcasm. GJD like is like a secondary fright, maybe even tertiary. Now's the time! Check it, meow! How is Samurai? I thought the Samurai was very well geared. I shouldn't be out damaging a Samurai. Makes me only a little sensitive. You have the damage to pull it off. Yay, everyone lives. See, they all have white lines or dotted lines or whatever you want to call those lines. Everyone can live. And we can move on. Let's not, please don't die to stupidity. I'm begging myself. No pattern. Don't give me the black hole. Don't give me the black hole. I almost didn't go enough out of the way for the black hole. Ooh, crit. Oh, cancel this one. Almost went north. That's deceiving. That's not fair. That was almost both. Oh, I'm glad I didn't screw myself over, but that was a weird looking one. I don't want the weird looking one. Oh, come on.
There we go. Still not seen. Still not seen a single mount. Still haven't seen it. I think it's a legend. I think it's a myth. The myth, the man, the legend. The stupid, stupid legend. Up, and there's a healer going. I took all my medicines to be able to sleep. I wonder if I'll actually be able to get rest. Someone went, yerp, GG's. RNGesus. Yeah, oh, and somebody else is calling, the party leader is calling it. Any more? Sure. Right back into another one. Melee? I took medicines a while ago. Okay. The tank was on the wrong job. I was having to ask if I needed to drop. My brain is dozing off a bit. I'm mentally tired. Now that I'm a bit calmer, I will say I'll bring back up the same stuff I've got. Hey Jeffrey, you get to hear me talk about random stuff that, of course, you know like the back of your hand. So you've got looking at everything that's happening with my dad. It's the left lateral view, or the right lateral view, rather, that shows me where the breaks are. T7, T1, T2. C4 and C5 show that the bone density has gone down. And if there was any trauma to the area, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, C6 and C5, I wouldn't be surprised if those give way immediately. They're doing more tests because between T9 and 11 looks very suspicious. And that's me looking actually at the posterior view where I can see what looks more suspicious, but I can confirm it with the right lateral view. And this is why I'm having to learn a lot more about stuff really, really fast. And I've learned a little bit that it is possible to see bone density less in a geriatric patient on one side as opposed to the other. I was thinking it was more about dominant hand usage or where the impact occurred. But the problem with an impact, when you think about like falling and hitting something, you have to think about what gets pushed and how your vertebrae kind of curve to try to take that impact. And so it makes sense that the right side of him, basically, because if you're looking at the posterior and it's on the right, so yeah, the right lateral view of where the cracks are. So it would make sense for me to see C's damage and T's damage because that's bending and the ribs coming in. So when you think of it that way, you're having to bend, your body takes an impact and usually will curve over into one way.
But the second you curve over and you even realize that you might have hit your hip onto the ground, you do see that there is something near where the and now I've heard it pronounced in a different way, and I'm self-learned, so the intervertebral discs that are towards your vertebral arches that are lower down in your L's, that actually, when you think of like where your hip bone resides, you should actually see probably in your sacrum the density. If it was from an impact, that would actually suffer on the right side too, but your L's would actually have bent the other way, somewhere between about 10 to L4, L5. That should have actually bent the other way to compensate. So you should see the damage on the left. And the problem is I'm not seeing the damage on the left. It is all on the right. It can be from impact. It can be from something else. My dad's no liar, and he's not forgetful on those things. He's been pretty diligent about that. So I'm having to delve down a lot of things about basically degeneration of the spine for geriatric patients, or for anyone who has anything else going on. If there's a possibility that it's linked to any conditions that it might be there for him, that he might already have. But it's confusing already, and these are things I have to know because he needs surgery. Surgery, or at best, as it was always put to me, by someone else, it would be best case scenario, permanent neck brace for the rest of his life. But not, that doesn't cut it if we've got the CT and the MRI will be done. Well, the CT is already done. I don't have the software to read it. The MRI is finished. That area of, now I'm questioning, I think I first pinpointed, I said T9 or 11, but I'm saying T9, 10, 11 right now. That is showing the same loss of density where the other ones, and then I see ossification up there, so that there's healing at around T1, T2, but not C7. So there's it doesn't make sense to me, and because it doesn't make sense, I need to educate myself. I'm trying really, really hard on this one, because this is spine surgery, and if I get it wrong, even if he can, and him being sedated is another thing. He can't go under. Anesthesiologists will probably reject it left and right, so his doctors. And I'm trying to. I'm like intervertebral, everything. Do those get affected differently in the fall that I didn't know about? Is it possibly to just have one side versus the other? I mean, is it possible to have that kind of degeneration? And my instinct is to say no. So I want to instinctually try to get to the crux of it and figure out the rest of it. I'm gonna have to be able to answer these things, because when you're dealing with the C's and T's, I already dealt with this with my mom. Binding them together is probably your best bet. You don't screw with those vertebrae. You just strengthen them. As long as he's got enough bone density, then it's fine. That can happen. They can pull that off, rather, is what I'm going for. But it's just. Now that I can think a bit more calmly when it comes to that stuff. You see where my brain is having to quickly delve into a side of things. And then, there are third variables, like my dad's in later 70s. Like, that's a big factor. And he's had chemotherapy. Now, I don't believe chemo should actually be the cause of anything other than loss of bone density. The thing that I cussed out the doctors for, of saying you fuckers already knew that. So
that's pretty much some of, I'm answering some of the questions. Circulation can be differentiated, and it is possible that exactly that has happened, because he does have a, you know, pulmonary fibrosis being up there with what's going on. The healer was in the correct place, and then okay. It's possible that since he's had since he's had problems with right side of his heart and his pulmonary artery, which are all signs of fibrosis in the first place. I might use that too early. I am talking about my dad's stuff that I'm having to become an expert on. A very quick expert on how to judge whether the other part of it is if I get this wrong, I will forever blame myself for killing my dad. Because if he does die in surgery and I could have caught something, there's no way I won't blame myself for the rest of my life for killing my dad. It's just not in the realm of possibilities. So I need to be better than this. It's possible that it could be, but he had no. None of his chemo treatments should be a culprit. Oh, come on. What were they doing? I think that they just learned something. I'm talking about quite a few things. My brain is calming down a bit, but I'm still a little all over the place. Dragons look kind of cool. That is really kind of cool. I'm liking more of the details of this fight now that I'm paying attention to more details. I'm very aware that on something my channel isn't marked for, I've gone over 5 hours. Nobody worry about that. Tonight's not about that at all. Before I know somebody might pop in and say something. If someone does, somebody tell them that I don't care today. I'm just gonna have to do the best with whatever knowledge I can get, because we're gonna have to start talking about real treatment options, and I might have to put my dad under the knife, and he's just gonna have to trust that his son knows enough That's the thing that's getting me. He has to just trust that I'm smart enough that when I get a phone call and I need to on the spot decide whether he gets surgery, which is going to happen. Make no mistake. My dad's condition is not in a good place where I won't have to just make a... My knowledge has to come together cleanly right then and there. And I won't have time to be like, can I get a second or third opinion? No. He's not in a condition for that because he already is having problems breathing as well. So the idea of like, it's like I'm gonna just have to make a snap decision. Yeah, but I'm realizing that I know experts don't know everything in the field. That's not the problem. The best way to plainly state the problem is simply I'm gonna need to make a snap decision and both are bad. That there's no way out of that one. I'm gonna have to make a snap decision and both of those decisions are going to be bad with the drawback of he might not survive either decision I make. So I need to be absolutely as knowledgeable as possible on all of it. That's a lot where my anxiety is stemming from that. And I'll forever play the what if game. No! Oh, okay. I should have stuck it further back. I know I can only do this so much. That's why I'm doing this instead right now. I already did 2 hours of just trying to absorb an ortho course while reading a textbook. That is a weird thing of what I learned I could do, but I only learned it on accident. I can listen to lectures and learn something else at the exact same time. So that does give me a little bit of a hand on this. So I can listen to lectures on a subject, and I can also like read a textbook, and I can absorb both just fine. My brain for some reason doesn't confuse the two bits of information. Now, if I try to speak, that's differently. Speaking and trying to like doing anything like relating that, my brain will immediately start mixing that information. And when you get into things like learning how you read and how your brain interprets that makes a bit of sense. Especially when you're getting to the idea of that speaking means that you need to take the interpretations of everything you read, and since a person isn't going to memorize each word or they hear or read, they need to do their impression or interpretation of it, which starts getting wires crossed pretty fast.
a lot of people have the ability to do that and just don't know it. I learned that mostly because of trying to get jobs I wasn't qualified for. Like, for example, working IT at my college. I had no knowledge of that, and lynda.com wasn't the only thing I was reading. I very much I very much learn in a strange fashion that I'm still trying to like, learning styles are bullshit. So anyone that didn't know that, they're absolute garbage. They were disproven as just about as fast as they came along, but you know, were picked up by U.S. school systems and systems around the world pretty fast because it just is very appealing that the idea is, you know, you are a better tactile learner or visual or something auditory. Like, having a learning type makes you feel like you know, have a better way of processing it, but that's literally been disproven over and over. And the reason people would still think they do that is because they are used to studying and they've learned to study and observe information that way. That doesn't mean they have a better learning style or type or whatnot. That actually means they've usually, in most cases, trained their brain to understand that information in a different way. My brain is getting all over the place again. I need to let it wind down. And while this looks like chaos, it's not. My brain can wind down and do this. When it comes to that, what works for somebody is, and this is where, like, I wish I had I had better background with me when it comes to behavioral and developmental psychology, because that can be sometimes a nature versus nurture thing. But in general, there's actually a really good video that points it out, because when I told my son that is all BS, I saw that, I was like, okay, there's gotta be a resource somewhere. Veritasium actually covered that one. I was like, really? Okay. Like, that saves me a lot of time of searching for something for him to just watch. I was surprised to see that that's actually been covered by anyone else on YouTube, especially such a weird thing to cover. But basically, more or less, he covers the things I already learned, and so it was. I told my son, I was like, I can elaborate on any of these things, but. Goes all my stuff. This party is a shit show.
You guys can't see the chat because it's courteous to other players to not show everything that they're saying. But they just had to say, oh, HP going to, like, uh-oh. I don't know if this group can beat it anymore. Yeah, I had to leave the party. Sad. Northwest, northeast black holes. Okay. How is that? How is that confused me really, really hard. I thought I joined the same party. I'm starting to finally get tired. I'm starting to tire out finally. That's a good thing. Oh, how many more kills before I could actually buy? So 4 more kills of this thing, and I could just. I mean, I have the. You want to know the embarrassing thing about how my luck has been decent for lots at least? Not decent. I don't think most people need the weapons from here anymore, so I don't have to lot against nearly as many people. Everyone needs the whistle. The whistle gives you the mount. For any that I miss, when I get to 100 of them, so I don't have to go off and farm for any weapons that I need extra. I just went ahead and like started stockpiling coffers, so that, you know, there might be one on all of my retainers and in my saddlebag, which should cover all the jobs. Like Ninja doesn't have it, and then there's 5 jobs that'll get to level 90 that won't have a weapon. Should cover all of them, and then give me more things to desynthesize. Oh, the Fall Guys little jelly bean. I'm not a hoarder. I am tired. This music gets stuck in my head. I don't like it gets stuck in my head. It drives me crazy after a while. You know where I should have gone? I should have sucked it up and I need 1 more coin to make an upgrade material. Euphoricine. I should have gone and kicked Euphoricine's butt at some point. Too late now. I'm committed to this. I think I'm committed enough to this because most people who are complaining that they haven't seen, like, they haven't gotten the mount or whatnot. I'm like, how many have you seen? I've seen 0. you know, at whatever many kills now. I'll type that in. And they're sitting there going, oh yeah, I'm on kill like 200 something. So I haven't seen it drop. I'm like, holy shit. I know that this content isn't like, it didn't just come out yesterday. It's been a few weeks, but Jesus Christ. People are going that hard at this one. They want that mount that bad. Hey, Pirate Kitty. That sitar will absolutely drive you mad. Roxanne. I'm not gonna stress my voice. The oh my god. That was a lot. You look different. What are you wearing? Oh, you're wearing Agrius's thing, which is like the best. Agrius is one of the best characters in Final Fantasy. Kinda. Maybe a little bit. I need to go back and play more Dark Souls. Almost didn't hit the thing. I need to play more Demon's Souls. I mean, I started a playthrough on this channel in 4K, no less. I need to see it through because I really did like it. I think it was the pain of having to do 4K videos that I don't have the. Not that I didn't like the game. It was just the hassle of processing a 4K video and then having to go through just, it felt like absolute garbage of everything to get every 4K video up. Now I'm willing to put up with the garbage more. Oops. No one saw a thing. Wolfpack, I appreciate that so much. Welcome or welcome back for everyone who's sticking out through something that is very much more for me of being able to just take my mind off of things. I appreciate that. Thank you. And it makes the YouTube gods happier that something's happening. There's a dead healer. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that, Wolfpack. If you're stopping on by. No pattern. Oh God. I think we drop back to 0. Should be fine. That was... So I won't lie, anytime I see anyone playing Reaper, I see this spooky slap someone. Yeah, I mean... Is there a salad shooter song that you can play? I am a walking salad shooter. The guy that does slap chop should make a commercial about me. You're gonna love my nuts. I think I told my mom that I'd actually be playing Final Fantasy and it would be fine for her to watch the stream. It wouldn't be something that would like upset her. I hope I didn't say anything while if she was watching. I don't think she actually was watching. My mom probably needed to get rest. My mom's been mentally exhausted. My dad won't ever be at another stream talking of mine, but there are old streams that some people figured out exactly who my parents were. While my mom had to keep changing her name, my dad played it more smart because to let me know he was here watching, he'd just have something he said every single time. He'd literally just say the words, "I'm blue." And it was like to cue me in that it's like, oh, that's happening. Please get up quickly. Uh-oh. Some people are gonna have to die. Oh, there's just nowhere for them to go. Living Dead does not avail you to that one. Couldn't do that. Nice try. I like the Dark Knight trying that though. Tried to invuln that. That's not north. Yes, please take your tank this time. Right where I need to stand. I have not eaten enough gluten today. I am by far not at the 10 grams I'm supposed to be trying to strive for. That slice of bread is about all the gluten I've had today. I wonder if it's too late. I don't think it's too late at night. I just wonder if it'll make me feel bad. By the way, now that I've had so many things gluten-free, and like my son making his brownies, his gluten-free brownies, and I don't like brownies, I'm realizing that a lot of alternatives to gluten, why haven't they done them for forever? Jerk move on a lot of people. There's so many things that just don't taste different between flour substitute, depending on the flour. I had to vet a few of them. Like, jerk move. This group has been rough. The game likes to do that part and just put the bad spots right where you need to be. Oh. Oh, one of these groups. A 10. Do I gank it? Yes, I do. That's my consolation price for dealing with that. Oh, did I find... I already had Zero Mist's card. Search for item. Do I officially have it everywhere that I could have it? Nope. I have it in my saddlebag, my inventory. I can get rid of it from... Put one on... Eden. Are there any other parties? That was rough. I doubt. Nope. No, I don't want to go back to that one. That party was rough on my brain. Fingers crossed for Dad, as twisted as it sounds. You follow my luck. Thank you for the well wishes, Gene. I think I finally burnt my brain out from having thoughts. Though it wouldn't surprise me. It's a misnomer for people to think that they can actually get a fever from stress. Stress fevers can be a thing, but most people's bodies don't react like that. It's just not how it works. There's actually usually a third variable that makes that happen. But I can get those, and also I can get stressed out, but I don't think that's it. I'm not used to ingesting gluten. My body, I believe, is just fighting me every step of the way right now. It doesn't want these bread products. Bread products and bread product accessories. Like, it doesn't want the bread in me. Find a party. It's late at night. I don't want to make my own. It's getting only later. For anyone who's still here, thank you for keeping me company. I'm really having a hard debate with myself. I'm a master debater too. Hard debate with myself whether I go and... I mean, what have I had that's actually got gluten in it today? No, since last night, I have been just doing nothing but dealing with bullshit, and I passed out a little bit this morning, and then I woke up to more bullshit. Like, I learned about that last night, talked to people last night, was up all night, face planted the bed well after the sun had come out, because I finally felt a wave of I can't take it anymore. And then I got up, talked a bit more, then started studying and did the stream. Yeah, I had a cup of coffee. I had a lot of coffee, getting toward it. I had coffee, Yeah, I haven't had anything. You know what, though? The only thing that I've realized I missed that is a bread product. There's two things, actually, but one of them I could have gotten around a long time ago. I found a substitute. I just haven't ordered it because it costs money. And the reason that I panicked when everything started going wrong is, to be quite frank with everybody, my bank account this morning gave me that big warning of, oh, like, bills came out. You have $48. So, like, I had no money. A bombshell dropped on me, and for my bank account to show me, oh yeah, a bill that I didn't expect to come out did anyway. So it's fine. It could have been paid later, but I thought it was. But just to wake up being like, okay, like I thought I was comfortable enough to be able to pay another bill that's coming in. It's like, okay, I've got whatever. But I did win a fight with the insurance and a hospital. I shouldn't have owed like $280 or so to a hospital, and I got the check finally in the mail, but I have $240 worth of bills, so I got like $80. And I still have like $400 worth of bills this month, and so that's kind of where I started realizing, like, in a panic mode, if I need to go out there and be with my dad at the hospital and with my mom, like I'm really just flubbernuts. I'm up shit creek. The biggest problem is right now with my dad having surgery and then possibly post-surgery requirements at home. I've got to overhaul their house one way or the other. No matter if my dad dies or gets better, I will have to leave my own home and be over there for an extended period of time. It looks more and more like I will not be able to get surgery like I'd like to, because now, even though I had just been talking to a doctor about laparoscopic surgery that could by chance be scheduled for this year's health insurance, all that work we did of me saying, like, let me afford my deductible and everything, and meeting that goal, I'm just gonna have to write that up as going all up in smoke. It's 6-week recovery from getting that kind of surgery, and I might need to carry my dad into the house because they've got steep stairs that I need to rebuild their stairs to actually have more build it out, so it's not as much of an there'll be a few more stairs, but it's not as much of a steeper incline. He gets winded even going up the steep driveway they have to check the mail. And so I'll have to, one way or the other, I've got to be over there. I'm just thinking, oh, fuck. That's why now I'm starting to think, how many of these things can I publish, like, in the future of videos, so people think that I'm still currently doing stuff. And I'm really regretting that in the past, I was trying to make a setup that was mobile in case I had to go somewhere and do something. And that mobile setup was dependent on like something like a Steam Deck. That thing actually bricked on me. The Steam Deck, it just won't turn on. So that's not an option right now. And I always thought I'd get like a laptop or a smaller computer or something that could travel, and I never did that. I have a mini monitor that can go in here, and I've got Amazon credit that could get, one that could work. I don't have a way to do things. Like, I'm desperately trying to think of, like, how can I make my parents' house somewhere where I can still do something? And it's just, I'm kind of coming up empty. Yeah, I usually don't cut it this close with bills. Over the past 5 years, because in my marriage, money was the crux of every conversation. It felt like I just got tired of talking about it because I was working my ass off, and then there was no point. When I'm putting in 60 to 110 hour weeks for working, 110 hour week, do the math for that and figure out how little you can sleep. You can't have a social life. You can't really get much sleep at that point. There's only so much time in a week. So putting in anywhere from 60 to 100 plus hours in a week and just giving up on sleep and then having to talk about like, can't you do more? No, I can't. I literally, my body cannot take more of it. But when I got away from my ex, I found out she really did eat through my bank account. She really gobbled that shit up and took every good will and effort I had and just trampled all over it as if I was just a tool for her to use. And I mean, that's how I felt by the end of my marriage. I just felt like something that I was a tool. I was no longer good enough for whatever she wanted. So she discarded me and got another tool. Ever since being away from her, because I realized, like, I knew I was making enough. I knew it. And she was micromanaging the bank account all the time. I knew that there had to be something I was, now that it's all separated, no. It wasn't me. I was able to every month not live paycheck to paycheck once I put my mind toward, there are certain things like I will skip out on this meal or that. I will skip out on having something nice. Something else comes up, fine. I don't get to do it. Because I have to put away my general rule, financially speaking, your rule usually is supposed to be, you have this month's bills and next month's bills in your checking, 3 months bills worth of in your savings, and then everything goes to investment. And I worked at that really, really hard when I moved over here immediately and found out how I was way more easily not going paycheck to paycheck. It's only that when I took last year, I got really fucking depressed and stopped for about 3 months. And then I tried to come back and I turned it back into a ball of depression that couldn't move off the floor for like another month and a half. That kicked me in the nads. It cost me over $20,000 in general. Taking from everything I stockpiled and everything I needed. Like, it costs a lot. It took everything but also it's the first time that I couldn't keep my checking account as my standard of this paycheck, like whatever I needed for bills this month, and then my checking account has next month's bills ready. So if something wrong happened, it would cover that. Well, something wrong did happen last year. So this is only the second time since being divorced I've had to see that message pop up of, I have it set for going below 100. And usually I can stay afloat enough that I'm like, okay, like I know, like the answer just gets to be no. Anything extra, no. Something's on sale, no. Rowan wants something, you don't get it. Why? It's not on sale and I can't afford it anyway. I wanted something, drink water. Just, you're having water and you can have something more at your mom's house. I've been able to cut corner. This is the second time I've ever had that message pop up, last month and this month. And it's really discouraging because it was a lot of work. And now I know it's all on me. But on the reverse side of that, I've been going hyper at speed at everything so badly. Possibly banishment to clear. Por favor, I want to do it. See, it's more the escrow and vehicle payment that gets me. Right now I'd kill to own for a house. I'm officially up to above 2K per month to rent a very small ass broken place. I know for a fact I could pay that exact money and own. So it kills me not to be owning a house in because it's dumb. I've never done range melee range. I'll try it with you guys watching. My mortgage has never been as high as my rent. My mortgage, when I live further south in a smaller place than this, no, slightly bigger depending on your outlook, was $880 a month. The house I owned that had full mother-in-law suite, basement, the basement of my old house is the size of the house I'm renting, not the first story or second story of that house. I paid $1,080 a month. Got a got it at the right time, financed at the right place, had a big enough down payment for it. I came over here and the rent started at $1,325 a month. Over the years, it has gone up to that. It kills me inside because I know that I'm wasting money on somebody else's mortgage. And I know where they live, so I want to tell them, like, I'm wasting money on your mortgage, and I can't even do anything to this house to make it better. I can't physically do something to like, I would usually at this point, if I own this and I was like, well, this is what I'm stuck with, I would have put my living room has no overhead light. I do not have a light in the living room, an overhead light. You flick on a switch and you think of going into a living room in the house, right? There is no light in the living room. It's one of the first things that I had to just suck up and figure out a way around it. I had to get standing, bouncing off the ceiling, not wall lamps so it didn't spread and get into your eyes. There's very big standing pole with a disc that can be pointed straight up and bounce off the ceiling in 2 different corners. And then the AC adapters went bad. They're expensive enough. I'm calling the company. I found out the adapter that plugs into the wall is the problem. Because the one that's working, I bought another one thinking, oh, it went dead. Nope, that newer one I plugged into the other 2 because it can disconnect at that one part, and they work fine. It is literally their plug that's making the one unusable. So yeah, I don't have that. Can't fix the bathroom. Can't do much of fixing Rowan's room. Can't do much of in the office. Can't expand and give more space in living room by building out or doing anything. Can't remodel the kitchen to be more functional than it is because it's bullshit the way it is. Can't do any of that. Yeah, there was there's just no light out there. My son's closet and the closet in this is so big I could actually, there's a lot I could actually do to basically wipe out the closets and make the office finally into a size that is usable. Can't knock out those walls. The bathroom actually has wasted space, and I realized that basically they wrote off an area of space and didn't use up every square inch of the floor plan here because they tried to stamp it from another floor plan and just decided to wall it off. I could knock out the wall and give a good 2 feet extra into the bathroom, and that matters because the master bathroom's small. I could change out the windows and not pay as much because I'm losing a lot of heat through the windows. I have the tools to measure where I've got drafts, heat loss, everything like that. Can't change any of that. Like there's so much in this place I just cannot change. No, I'm not allowed to upgrade the place. I've tried. Trust me, I've desperately tried. But the floors is one thing. I've tried to tell them that I would install the wooden floors and everything because the carpet's bullshit in here. If they would just make a deal with them, they won't make any kind of deal. They won't do anything. I did offer to go ahead and put the light in the living room. I see where where it was removed. I see where the box is. I've offered to pay for that. I offered to pay to fix the kitchen light faster. They finally fixed that. I didn't have a kitchen light for about 4 months. This is the same place that made me live standing in my own waste while I took a shower. I need to wash my feet separately after I got out of the shower because the water backed up and they didn't believe me. So, this place is grade A material. For anyone who might wonder why I'm here, once again, it's for the sake of my son. If I had gotten a place any further away from this, I would not have been allowed to keep custody of him. Or I would have needed to have had full custody of him, which I was primary caregiver back then in 2018. I could have taken full custody of Rowan. I was just advised by every professional on the face of the fucking planet to not take Rowan away from his mom unless she was like being physically abusive in some way. Oh, it's super illegal what they're doing. Oh yeah, for sure. It was. I know they won't let me do anything, but, you know, I worked really hard so that out of college I could own, I worked very hard for that goal. And so this has been the first 5 years out of, since graduating college, that I've had to deal with this, and it's still kind of new to me. I rented one apartment. It was for a short time, then lived on campus. Hold on. This is a new setup. Well, anyway, so from 22, 23, 22 until the age of, how old was I 5 years ago? For 10 years, I owned my shit. Just over 10 years. Yeah, for just over 10 years, I owned my own shit. I worked very hard to achieve that goal because I had my eyes set on beyond college and beyond, like, for the life that awaited me outside of learning and all these other things, for, you know, the life beyond of why you know, work to live. What am I gonna live in? I knew that it would be a trap. I saw how hard it was for my mom to rent and then finally get a house. That renting takes all the money that you could have been using because you pay for someone else's everything. So I had it in my head that I would forever own to never be in that trap, and here I am. I'm in that trap for 5 years. Financially, I mean, buying in this market right now, I waited out both times. I was willing to live with my in-laws of the time to wait out the market. Oh God. Never again. I don't care how desperate I ever am. I'm never banking off of an in-law. If I am once again in a situation, marriage, something of that sort, and my option is to wait it out, like homelessness or living with in-law or being indebted to someone, like in that capacity in general, I'll never do it again. I'll tell Rowan that we're sleeping in the back of the car. Never again. It was the worst. But it did buy me a little time. But both times I had to wait for the market to turn around a bit. This market has been held to even find anything in, much less at the price it should be. Okay, I'm new to them doing it this way, so I have to pay super attention again. Back up. Why did they move forward barely? My brain, please, people. My brain. Feel sympathy for my brain. I can go into brain dead mode and do this. I just learned it 2 days ago. There's got to be people who, I mean, these are all a bunch of parties that are supposed to be farming this thing. I can't have just met, you know, dozens and dozens of people who all learned it 2 days ago. You gotta have some practice. But the super was easy. I mean, if anyone was going to do a recent extreme fight in this game, and I had to point to, hey, this is the easiest one to learn. Like, you could totally try it out and probably succeed. This is the fight to do it on. I'm so surprised to say it with how chaotic the screen looks, but yes, absolutely this is the easiest of the batch. Yes, where I am right now is less than a third of the size of my old home. 1,080 a month for that. That's HOA, taxes, everything, insurance. That's everything. Waited for my time. Did everything I could to do it the right way type deal. For getting about let's just estimate a third of the space, I am paying more than we're hedging on more than double. We're right at the cusp of more than double. Oh, my HOA wasn't bad. It wasn't, like, bad at all. HOAs are usually a dumpster fire. My HOA wasn't bad at all. following everyone. Hopefully they got it right. I missed. How did I miss a hit? Oh well. That'll throw me off later. Not now though. I can deal with it now. Oh, my dad is in awful shape, but I do hope that things have a chance to get better. I don't know if it's hyperbole to say for my dad. Hey, Adam. So I just saw over there about my dad something. I don't know if it's hyperbole to say that this is like a worst case scenario for him. Could there be worse? Like, I want my brain to tell me that there could be worse. There could be something worse than this. I think the part of my brain that knows better won't let me say that. Like, I want to be able to say there's something worse. But his lungs make it a rock and a hard place. I have in the description what happened. For anyone who wonders about my dad. The description of the video has it. I'm not sure if things could always be worse. I mean, the only worst thing at this point for him would be dead. And that is sadly way closer to the horizon. I mean, there's not... Because the only ways to treat what's wrong with him are extremely likely to kill him. And I do not know how to get around that little caveat. I know for my dad, worst would be paralyzed. I know that's where my selfishness comes in of my dad paralyzed to me would still mean the world because I need his mind around still. But I can't imagine. One of my worst fears is being trapped in my own head. There's no way I could mentally, I wouldn't be able to do it. No matter who needed me, no matter what needed of me, I do not think. Sadly, with my parents, it's a package deal. My dad dies, my mom is right behind. And she's even stated so herself. She has no will to go on without my dad. That was a lot of work. No whistle, of course. And I rolled a 2. Well, if the party stays together, this is one that would give me a coffer because I rolled a 2. No. No. It's late. It's late. I mean, the likelihood that people stay together is late. It wasn't me. For me, it was my dad being declared disabled and being forced to not work anymore was, even as my dad's emphysema was getting worse, he refused to stop working because he didn't have enough in retirement. There are a few factors to that, so I'm not getting into it because that gets into things that legally people can still be liable for, possibly, and so I don't want to. But it's, yeah, he deserved much more than he ever got. But he's always worked to make sure that, like, even at Home Depot, just because he's such a good manager and knows what he's doing, they were willing to, like, they cleared a spot and made a new thing and gave him titles and the pay they wanted. They poached him from Waffle House a long time ago. But when they, in poaching him from Waffle House a long time ago, that was a long time ago. They were aware of just how good of a management style he has, and I've tried to pick up a lot of the things that he's tried to teach of his management style. Like there is a. I've had this discussion with people before where, like, the way that I deal with stuff and manage stuff happens to be a lot of the ways he does it. Ooh, look, crit. And it more or less comes down to like one weird quirk I know I've got. My demeanor can look nice, but usually I'm spewing venom at people, and they just don't know it yet. They haven't figured out what's going on. Woe is them that finally figures it out, because if it took that long, we've got an issue. But there's quite a few times where I've absolutely someone's gotten a verbal lashing, but I've done it with a smile on my face, because if you start off things managerial position, like, you started off escalate, it's hard to de-escalate. But for example, I've told people before that I have the right to not serve you. You have a right to even after I learned from him how to basically look like I'm just like the fun person that makes it so everyone wants to come to work and does the right thing and does all these things, yet you don't fuck with me. And that's a really hard balance to get with. Like, most people, it takes a long time and they think it's one or the other. No, he really did teach me that there is a balance between the idea of you can work for me. You can think it's nice to work for me and fun to work with me. Do not fuck with me and my system and how I would like things to be done. Everything will be great for you as long as you decide not to fuck around. But I also learned from him, you spell it out. Like, you do not leave anything ambiguous. And you don't just go into, like, if you take over a management position, you don't go in and say, it's my way or the highway. You listen a lot. You spend the first week or two taking in how the workers that are still there do it. And then instead of like giving them like a whatever, you take in basically what your superiors want from you, whether it's managing a store, you squad, whatever. And then you take in how you would like things to go and how you think things could expand and how people, you know, view the last person to manage or whatever. And you take all that information in, however you can, with a lot of listening, a lot more listening than talking. And you slowly mold things with a clear goal of where you're moving to, but clearly putting goals in a place where they're manageable, it's easy to see why, like the wheres and whys about it. And while it's difficult, I had a really good teacher. My dad was such a good teacher that by the time it was just me on my own having to figure this shit out and do it, it didn't feel hard. It felt more like I had to get over the idea of me feeling I was being too pushy and assertive. I had to get over the idea of that. The other thing I had to get over, that workers were not my friends. They are just not my friends. So like that's part of the mentality. You do have to get over the idea of no matter how friendly you can seem, these are not friends. They are coworkers or their peers or their, you know, the people you hire, their subordinates, whatever they are. Outside of your work, they can be something, but that can complicate your inside of work relationship. So you have to set clear boundaries, very, very clear boundaries. There's no such thing as catching me going out with a drink with a lot of times that I've been in those positions. It's not gonna fucking happen. Because they're not my friends. They're not meant to be my friends. And so I put those kind of things in perspective specifically so it doesn't get fucked with later. My dad taught me a lot of those things. Because he's so good at it, my dad just sitting down and his presence at a store is something that they've asked for back, even with him being disabled, being like, you can sit. As long as you're here basically to just do a thing. Someone said something in the chat. And that is how much of an air of like authority my dad has, and what I learned from is it is a hard balance. It comes more naturally to me because I am somebody who is very blunt with setting kind of like the expectation of what I'd like out of any situation that I walk into. And if I walk into a situation and I realize that the expectation is off, I'm somebody that feels like I feel a need to very quickly address it if I know that it's present as an issue. So that management style kind of just fit. It felt like it worked for me. And it did help a lot, once again, learning from my dad. Like, my dad is the kind of person that did, many times against my better judgment, took people home from work that really he should not have trusted. But now that I'm older and wiser and realize that he knows how to handle himself and that they would have needed to have been hiding some type of weapon. My dad, I asked him a while ago as he got worse and worse, I was like, do you ever fear being able to protect mom? And I said, I asked him that because there's something that gets put inside of you once you've been something like a Marine, where you know what you're capable of. And he would, in all dead seriousness, he said, I've never once thought about the idea of protecting your mom being an issue. And he was already having to be on oxygen and going through a few different fits of trying to get through things, and that I realize that my dad's mentality, like even as he gets weaker, there are certain things that don't change. My dad is very sure of himself, and I know exactly where he gets it from. Now I've got the world experience to know that he can back it up. He might barely be able to back it up, but he can back it up. And it's not him. He just stated very matter of factly. I'm very grateful for my dad being just the person he is. I just need him to continue being the person he is. That's why I feel like it's selfish of the only things that could be possibly worst case scenario. Take away his ability to function the way he'd like to function, but still give me his mind. And that's super selfish. Yeah, the only worst case scenario is him dead at this point. And but his mind though. It's a learned skill, and I really had to learn how to steel my heart away from, like close it off to the idea of other people are going through bad times. Still might have to fire them. I mean, that was one of the shittiest feelings ever. I've had to fire people who I knew this was like the last chance. And yet I knew that my job involved, like, I have to figure this shit out. And I put expectations up front. Nothing should be a surprise. It's been a shitty feeling every single time I've had to, you know, lower someone's hours or fire them or make it obvious that that's the direction I'm having to go with them. And I'm trying to give them the best of everything, but why did I lose that GDC? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Doesn't matter. You're hearing a gibberish language. It's kind of gibberish. It's actually written out what the language is. Like, the language is known in, like, game universe type deal. I need to go back and play more Alien Isolation. That is something we're gonna do. And we're mostly gonna do it because for no other reason, for really no other reason than it has voice activation stuff. But my throat is so thrashed as of late. My throat's taken a very severe beating. And my vocal cords are not doing well. Don't. No. There's a few gripes I had with the game. I very much want to play it with the voice activated stuff. I also need my throat to be up to the task. Never thought that my speaking voice would actually be a way to do. No. I'll let the. Well, I mean, maybe scary alerts. My throat seems to the point where I'm afraid I've actually got a swollen vocal cord. I think one side is actually swollen. It took a thrashing enough, and that can take a long time to heal, especially when you keep using your voice. I'm trying to do exercises on the side to help it. If my insurance covered me going specifically to a voice doctor, basically, yes, let me just call it voice doctor because my brain just brain farted on that. Then I could tell you for sure. But we've already got imaging of my throat, and we already know something's going wrong with it, so. I rolled an 8. I rolled an 8. Maybe it's setting me up to roll big. Roll big or go home type deal. Maybe it's setting me up to roll big. I am tired enough that I could possibly. How many totems? I'm only 1 kill off from being able to buy it in months from now. Part of me wants to. I want to see the whistle drop. Part of me just wants to see that it exists. 50 kills in, and I haven't seen it once. Not a single time. 50 kills later, this will be my 50th. So 49 kills. I have not seen it. Statistically, even if it's a 5% drop rate, like, that's still, oof. It's an oof. It's a big oof. I just want to see it to confirm its existence. This is not the first time that I've come across something in this game and I'm just like, I want to see it to confirm its existence. That's it. Wow. Please put the markers back. I know you think your markers are cool. Someone did something. Someone had to hack the game to make the markers do that. Never save markers like that in this game. guess people really do have their weapons from this that much. If just me and one other person can have a coffer, maybe it's just been a long day of farming. It's still 50-50. If we beat it again, that I'll get the last coffer that I'm looking for. And then I gotta actually pop it on some. Spot run. Well, I want to know how the alien, by the way, also reacts. If it does react to everything I'm saying, scary alerts would be kind of funny. I need to change up which alerts are scary. Me screaming. I've thought about this. I need to find clips of me screaming bloody murder and put them as scary alerts. So it's me screaming because I'll hear my own voice and I'll jump. It is natural for people to hear themselves and jump as a reaction. I think it might be friggin' hysterical to hear myself and I'm jumping at myself screaming. I can just beef up every audio file and just make it just a bunch of me screaming at myself. Someone's about to die. Dancer. Lots of pretty colors on the screen. Oh God. I'm doing it. I got this. Don't put the black hole on me. They're sticking expedience on me like I'm not gonna like run off the edge of forever. I will run off the edge of this cliff on accident if they accidentally give me expedience is something that makes you move like twice as fast or so. I have more than once yeeted myself right off the edge of a cliff on accident because someone gave me the speed boost. Scholars can do the speed boost, I believe. Yes. So they can just randomly have it. So for 10 seconds, you're just running like a madman everywhere. And yeah, I'm not afraid to admit it. I've run off a cliff. You gotta warn me. You gotta make a macro. There's nothing in chat about it.
gotta let me know. I wonder if the other dragoon is using feint for stuff like this. Feint lessens the damage you're taking. And I'm saving my bubble. I screwed up my rotation. I don't care. Expedience to get. Oh, no. Dude. I'm gonna warn you. You're using that. There's no difference in using that LB3 that early. You know, the only thing we need does that big damage move where that dragon just popped out of nowhere. Dragoon used LB3, the limit break 3, breaking the limits of what you're able to do. The real problem we might run into is that if we start sucking it up. Like big time. Healer's LB3 raises everyone instantly and puts them at full health. So if we really start sucking, and this group has shown the ability to find ways to suck. I don't want to test it. Did we have no way of getting the party up? Good night, Blue. Night, Mocha. Test on Suez. LB1 does those damage. Just kill it. There we go. Whistle? No. Does a 48 beat whatever they're doing? Yes, it does. I got all the things. All right. That is 50 kills. Luckily, okay. If it tells you how crazy these mounts sometimes can be to get, 50 kills is nothing. They only started implementing like 2x totems in like Shadowbringers. I think it was. It used to be that if you couldn't get the drop off of a for one of these things, if you really wanted the mount, you only got one, like these totems that I have right here. Void Vessel Totem.
You only got 1 per fight. You would actually need to beat the fight 99 times. Thank you, Alyssa. I really appreciate that. Yeah, don't ever save markers like this. Someone had to cheat to stack them like that. Thank you for appeasing the overlords. They literally left the markers like that. Well, this is our fate. I can do it without the markers. Oh, God. Oh, the tower of markers are gonna get in my way. It's not an eyesore. Why? Why did they do this? Why are you running? Same energy. Put behind in what I'm feeling right now. Why? Why'd you do this? That move is called Expedience. Look up Final Fantasy XIV Expedient gameplay, and you're gonna see just how neurotic we as a community can look over here. Because Expedience usually lasts for 20 seconds, and God, somebody took advantage of that one. Literal monkey in a zoo, please. They're trying to... The samurai just having way too much fun with moving really, really, really fast. I still watch it to give myself a laugh. That video is good. Everyone seems to be doing... Wow, my voice cracked. Everyone seems to be doing better with the markers not where they're supposed to be. I swear to God, if I get the black hole, I'm going to fuck it up because the markers are right here. Nope, that tank's dead. Ooh. I miss the GCD somewhere. Whoops. It's fine. Give me a second. Maybe in this, I don't want to, I kind of want to tell the group I'm finished. Tap to you forever. I want to see the whistle though. The whistle goes woo. I heard that. Bub, Rub, and Lil Sis. They said something about that. The whistle, it goes woo. I do not mean ooh-woo. I'd like to clarify. No. No, it does not. That video, he straight up runs a stop sign. I love how the news just left that in there. They're doing a news report on it. They just leave him running stop sign in there. Having to use more brain juice because there's not things on the ground to tell me where to put my body next. Oh my god, see that dragon? It's the limit break. It's that 3 yellow bars at the top. They gain over time. You only get 1 in a big fight like this. If something goes wrong again, once again we're fucked. Dragoons get a giant dragon to come out. Which is weird, given that in the game, Dragoons are here quite literally to kill the dragons. I mean, that's the crux of, like, an entire expansion in this game. He's not here. Oh, we have a damage dealer dead. Just off here in La La Land thinking, this feels like it's taking a little longer than it should. Let me go ahead and fix that. Reaper go burr. There we go. Come on, whistle. No fucking whistle. No fucking whistle. It's really late. I gotta get going. Okay. I tell him I'm leaving. Yay. Hopefully I'm tired out enough. I think around the corner from me, even though, hey, if it's late at night, don't eat. Really don't do that. Your body actually has to warm up to digest food and needs to cool down to sleep. So for those who wonder, like, why, I have a midnight, when you have a midnight snack, not only can your body not metabolize and use it as like energy because you're trying to sleep, but also your body is trying to do two different processes at the same time. Warm up because you ate something and it's trying to cool down so you sleep. Your internal body temperature does things. With that said, I didn't have enough gluten by far. It's like 79 cents to go get a friggin' donut. Fresh donuts for the morning are out at QT and they're the best donuts ever. Hey Jordan, I might just go do that for gluten. Eating even though I know I shouldn't, mumbling, I feel attacked. Well, whatever, I'm about to do the exact thing I'm saying you shouldn't do. I mean, the exact thing I just said you shouldn't do. I don't know where the credits and everything that should be rolling are. There are people who gifted. Alyssa's is still right there. I've just been a wreck. It's not gonna be any better. Chad, Kelsey, Quotivation, D, Crazy Cooney, Kelsey again, get gluten. I'll get gluten. Thank you. Smooth, Hungry Kitty, Alyssa, Kelsey Butt from both Badgers, Anonymous. I mean, might not hit the minimum quota, but I'm just gonna get a donut. I'm sure I could find, literally though, I could, there's a change jar in the kitchen on the left. I mean, there's a jar, I have an old medicine bottle that's got change in it. I've got the change to go just buy a donut. I'm just gonna do that so it doesn't feel like it's coming out of any pocket. But thank you guys so much for being here. It's not like this hellhole gets to end. It's just hopefully tomorrow I'm gonna try to get some sleep. Most likely in the morning I'm going to do observation duty during the day to finish it off, unless shit comes up, because if I have idle hands I will fucking lose my goddamn mind. So I'm doing everything I can to not have idle hands. I mean, I lost it on this stream already, not idling. I lost my shit earlier. No. I wanted to do The Last of Us 2. No. Are you kidding? That's an emotional roller coaster. And to literally be interrupted from an emotional roller coaster to need to make a life or death decision about my dad, since this is... I cannot stress enough that my dad is in very bad shape. And the last that I heard, he's being admitted to ortho, but he might need to go to ICU. And while ortho is the better place for him because it's not going to change anything.
I got 1, I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the
It is me having to...
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever.
It is the realization that...
Again?
Thank you, Kelsey. It's the realization that they're coming to grasp with how bad my dad is. Because at least in the ICU, he'd be treated as a priority patient. The scary thing is that they would it's because of the rest of his spine. There are 3 known breaks. the rest of the imaging that's going to be doing will show the rest of the story. Most likely there are more breaks, and so in preparation for that, I'm sure that that's what they want to do, knowing that my dad could even turn over the wrong way wanting to get up to pee, and it's that bad because this time around it's bad. Yeah, I can't do a game of feels. I can do memorizing rooms and doing object placement, and I can do it. I can do feels. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thanks for sticking with me. Hopefully things on my end, I don't know, just work out in a way that doesn't leave me devastated beyond a reasonable repair. Which would include my dad surviving a little bit longer and not dying like this, but I guess you can't really choose death. I'm gonna go now. Thank you for being here. Hope to see you back here for the next one real soon. Bye.